March the 29th, 2025, about 7:45 Central now, and this is the beginning of long-form severe weather coverage of a slight risk day across parts of the southern plains, including Texas on into Oklahoma, and already a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to develop and pop up across parts of the southern plains. Some of those storms now are developing to the west of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, and another storm now that is popping up just north of Brownwood, Texas. And notice some of the ingredients nearby for severe weather. We have dew points that have surged into the mid and upper 60s here across parts of Texas. Those 60-degree dew point readings also work their way into Oklahoma as well, and these storms are firing up along and just ahead of a cold front and dry line as expected. Last night at this time didn't necessarily look like storms were going to be able to overcome the capping inversion that was in place and still sort of is here from Oklahoma into Texas. Now there's a little more moisture and some of those storms are able to overcome the cap a little bit better. Again, notice some of these 60-degree dew point readings in place here across the risk area. So that's helping out a little bit in terms of the severe weather threat. Again, there's a 68-degree dew point reading south of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. In Fort Worth, you have mid-60 dew point readings. So all of that is definitely helping out a little bit when it comes to the severe weather threat and getting some of these showers and thunderstorms to fire up. In fact, already we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that have popped up out there. One of those is just to the west of Weatherford and south of Mineral Wells. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable damage tag on it for hail up to golf ball size and the possibility of winds up to about 60 miles per hour. So here's the text from the National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for western Parker County as well as southeastern Palo County in north central Texas until 8:30. The severe thunderstorm itself was located over Gordon and 20 miles east of Ranger, moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. And then obviously the big hazard with this one is going to be the possibility of golf ball size hail within that storm. And another storm to the south of this one, also severe warned, also has some pretty big hail on it, golf ball size with winds to 60 miles per hour, another considerable damage tag. This one is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 8 o'clock for northwestern Brown County. At 7:40, severe thunderstorm was located over May, moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So at least with these Texas storms, the movement is to the north and northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. We'll switch radar sites here for just a second and go ahead and maybe take the site located north of Austin here. Actually, Abilene might be a better bet. You can see sort of a classic looking supercell with this storm to the north of Brownwood and has that hook on it. That's the mesocyclone and some really big hail that's forming within this one as well. You can see the purple and lavender colors here indicating where you have the large to very large hail within this storm. It's located now to the south of Rising Star, and it does look like just within the past minute to minute and a half, the National Weather Service has extended the severe thunderstorm warning, or rather put out a new severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this cell. So we'll read the text on this one. Obviously also has a possibility of some big hail on this supercell. In fact, the hail size has increased a little bit more, now up to lime size with this southern storm. So per the Weather Service here, in Fort Worth, it is a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Eastland County and northwestern Comanche County until 8:45 with 2-inch hail. Winds gone up a little bit on this one, up to 65 miles per hour. So still getting that considerable damage tag and moving now northeast at 40 miles per hour. So you actually have two different supercells that are starting to develop. One of those is just to the east of Rising Star. And then we have another supercell here, the southern supercell out of these two clusters. That is north of Brownwood, north of the Early area. This one has more of that pronounced hook-shaped feature to it, perhaps a little bit better of an updraft You don't have as much of a disturbed air mass. The inflow is undisturbed, doesn't have any storms to the south of it. So we might get the hail size increase on this one a little bit. But obviously the storm to the east of Rising Star, this one has hail up to lime size now. It's jetting to the north-northeast at 35 miles per hour. And then you have the storm to the south of there near early Texas. This one has some golf ball size hail, also moving east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour, with somewhat of a northeast component in there as well. And another supercell too. So you have several supercells that are now going up along the dry line here to the west of Stephenville, Texas. Again, look at some of the readings here. 60s dew points, mid 60s dew points, temperatures that are about 80 degrees. So that's close to still a 20-degree spread in temperature and dew point, but regardless, it is enough to get us there in terms of severe weather. And then all of North Texas and parts of Central Texas here, from roughly Jarrell up to Brownwood, and then getting into the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, and then taking us near the Red River, east of Wichita Falls, that entire area is underneath a severe thunderstorm watch that's in place until 2 o'clock in the morning because of the unfolding severe weather situation and the storms that are popping up now and kind of zipping across the dry line. So we're going to have kind of an evening of storms developing in two different areas. One of those is across central and north Texas, where we have storms that are developing now and quite a few severe storms at that, and then more storms popping up here across central and western Oklahoma. These storms to the north across Oklahoma might actually have a little bit better risk of producing some tornadoes this evening, at least a few tornadoes. Those storms are going to be a tad bit closer to the surface low. And so because of that, you do have some of the added wind shear values in there and the potential for a couple of more tornadoes that may develop and may pop up with time. So we'll see what happens. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center are collaborating, and they do have a mesoscale discussion that is out for those storms and developing storms across central into western Oklahoma. So we'll see whether or not they go ahead and issue what appears to possibly be a tornado watch here down the road across central into parts of western Oklahoma. But for right now, the main focus is still very much so on the storms that are developing across central and western Texas. There are 3 different severe thunderstorm warnings out there and about 3 different cells that we're tracking as we go from north to south. You have the cells west of Weatherford that has some big hail on it, up to golf ball size. The storm east of Rising Star that has lime size hail on it. And then another storm that is severe warned just to the north of Brownwood, Texas. This one at last check has some golf ball size hail on it. And all this activity is moving to the north and northeast between about 30 and 35 miles per hour. So with that said, let's kind of track each storm out, and we'll start with the northern storm here closest to the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, still not quite into the metroplex, but now creeping a little bit closer. And we have that severe thunderstorm warning out, and that's in place here with the considerable damage tag for Parker and Palo Pinto County until 8:30 with this cell. So that's still going to be another 40 minutes or so until the warning is allowed to expire. More than likely, this storm is going to work into an environment that is even more conducive for severe weather. So it is possible that we see downstream warnings. But at this moment, the heaviest part of this storm is located just to the west of Santo. That's where you have the hail core. That is west of, right now it looks like, Highway 281. That's US Highway 281. That runs from north to south in Texas, and then just north of Interstate 20 and south of Lone Camp. And where those deeper purple colors are, obviously, is where you have the hail core that's developing here. The possibility of golf ball size hail in here. Probably not all golf ball size hail, but you do have a pretty good swath, more than likely of a few miles, especially just to the west and north of the community of Santo, where you do have some golf ball size hail in there, maybe approaching hail that could be a little bit bigger than that. The 2-inch hail, lime size hail is definitely a possibility. In fact, the severe thunderstorm watch that we have in place for much of central and north Texas until 2 a.m. does specifically advertise the possibility of some of that large to extremely large hail that may develop with these storms that are popping here. Again, this one that we're focusing in on south of Mineral Wells, west of Weatherford for the time being, just has golf ball size hail, somewhat of an undisturbed inflow here, at least to the south and southeast of it, and the possibility of winds near 60 miles per hour. Tonight, hail is going to be a much bigger issue across Texas, but let's track this out. We'll go ahead and put the tracker on it, and with its current speed, it will eventually be working into the north side, perhaps, of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one and the storms south of it as well. Here's some approximate times of arrival. We'll take this out again, moving north and northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour into Bennett in the next 28 minutes, Dennis in the next 34 minutes, Brock West in the next 35 minutes, the community of Fox, 43 minutes, Harmony in 49 minutes, Weatherford in the next 54 minutes, so getting close to an hour or so from now. And then obviously you start to get into parts of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the Metroplex, where you do have the risk of some big hail coming into a fairly populated area. So that could definitely be a problem down the road. Obviously, we have the watch that's in effect here until 2 in the morning that covers a pretty good chunk of real estate across Texas. And now it does look like things are starting to heat up a little bit more to the north. There is a tornado watch out that is in place for much of central and northern Oklahoma. This does include the big cities in Oklahoma. So OKC up to Tulsa underneath a tornado watch now that was issued just seconds ago by the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. It is in place until 1 o'clock in the morning. So new tornado watch now for central and northern as well as northeast Oklahoma until 1 a.m. The concern here is for a couple of tornadoes. Notice the text that the National Weather Service has used on this. They're saying a couple tornadoes. So that's sort of the lower end wording that they use here on the tornado watch. So this doesn't look to be a huge event, at least in terms of tornadoes, but regardless, they're also mentioning some wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. That could be a bigger issue. And then the hail up to 2.5 inches, getting larger than about lime size with the storms that are developing here in Oklahoma. And there have definitely been a few cumulus towers across western Oklahoma. We've been watching one storm over Enid now that we're going to keep a close eye on, that is running close to the dry line and cold front that we're going to be keeping a pretty close eye on here. This one, if it can break the cap, notice it almost has that look to it a little bit that you sometimes get on these big days where there's a large and pretty stout capping inversion in place. Sometimes you get the cumulus clouds, and even if you returns on the radar before the storm almost flattens out, dies out a little bit. And the reason being, at least here for the next little while, maybe the next 20 minutes to half an hour or so, let's say, there will probably be some issues with the capping inversion in place across Oklahoma. But after that, and the deeper into the evening we go, surface cooling will take place, and we're more than likely going to get thunderstorms that'll start to pop up here and turn severe. So we're monitoring that closely. For now, it does look like the biggest issue in the short term, and that means the next 20 to about 25 minutes or so, is definitely going to be the large to very large hail that we may have in place with those storms developing across Texas as they start to inch closer to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And today is sort of the appetizer round because we have a much bigger day that's going to be taking place tomorrow with those storms that start to develop east of there into the Ohio Valley, dipping all the way down into the south. It is going to be an enhanced risk day that we're watching, with maybe the chance for some stronger thunderstorms to develop and pop up, supercellular structures forming into a line, maybe even some strong tornadoes. So it does look like it'll be kind of a long day across parts of the Ohio Valley and into the south. But for right now, focus continues to be obviously on the new tornado watch that was issued for parts of central and northern Oklahoma, and then our severe thunderstorms that are popping off here down across parts of Texas. We still do have 3 separate areas of concern and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings with about 3 different supercells that have reached severe strength at this point. You do have the storm that is west of Weatherford, south of Mineral Wells. That one has golf ball size hail on it. The intensity hasn't really increased, but you still do have a pretty pronounced hail core. This one is running north and northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So eventually, yes, into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You have more storms developing to the south as well that are severe warned at this time. You have another storm that at this point is still severe south of Gorman, Texas, east of Rising Star. We'll turn on our radar site closer to Abilene. And this one still is producing possibly some lime-size hail east of Rising Star, south of Gorman. It is moving east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Just by looking at radar, it does look like out of these two supercells that we're watching, you have the Rising Star supercell, and then you have a storm south of there, west of Comanche, Texas. Out of these two, the more dominant storm is going to be the southern one. You have sort of a right mover taking place here, maybe running more east than northeast. And then obviously you have the storm on the north end of that, this one, that is running more northeast, and the southern storm, the southern supercell, is probably going to be the more dominant one, at least for right now. And they have actually issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the southern supercell that has the nice inflow going into it. And the golf ball size hail, winds up to 60 miles per hour. They see that this cell is likely going to continue to maintain, if not strengthen a little bit, as it tracks east closer to DeLeon and Dublin. The text on this new severe thunderstorm warning is a severe thunderstorm warning for Erath County and central Comanche County until 9 o'clock. The Weather Service is saying that a severe thunderstorm was located over May, or 14 miles northwest of Comanche, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, golf ball size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour, like we talked about. And the biggest issue with these storms this evening and tonight across Texas is going to be for the possibility of some of the large to very large hail. So broader view shows that we have numerous supercells now developing really along a dry line and cold front here across central and western Texas, and sort of a long evening ahead of us, at least as North Texas is concerned, with the possibility of more supercell storms that are going to be starting to pop up and get going here. Tornado threat, at least as far as Texas is concerned, is not super elevated. Again, you have to get a little bit closer to the surface low across parts of Oklahoma. That's when you run into a little bit higher of a tornado threat, hence why we have that tornado watch that's in place right now. And then tomorrow, as I mentioned, is probably going to end up being a bigger day when it comes to the severe weather risk. So 2 watches in place, tornado watch across northern Oklahoma, and then obviously you have the severe thunderstorm watch that goes into Texas with those storms that are starting to pop up right now. So it does look like it is going to be somewhat of an active evening ahead in terms of our severe weather risk. And right now what I'm doing is I'm just kind of looking back through some of the comments that we have, especially on TikTok, and I'm going to answer some of those as I see them kind of come through here. Somebody asked about the Waco area. So for reference, here's Waco, and most of the storms that we have, at least right this second, are popping up north and northwest of Waco. However, there's another storm now that we're seeing here near San Angelo, and we can actually turn on our San Angelo radar site. And pretty good looking supercell. It's trying to develop south and southwest of San Angelo. If we can get storms oriented closer to the San Angelo area, the Brownwood area, it is possible that Waco sees some severe storms overnight tonight. Waco is included in that severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. So Waco definitely has a risk for severe weather through this evening. Question about the Fort Worth area. Fort Worth right now is sort of in a zone that we're watching a little bit more closely than some other spots. The reason being is we do have a severe thunderstorm that's actually occurring just one county to the west of Fort Worth near Weatherford. And I'll put this into animation mode. Notice how we have actually 2 cells now, west and southwest of Fort Worth, one near Mineral Wells and west of Weatherford. This is storm number 1. And then another storm east of Gordon, kind of riding parallel to Interstate 20. Both of these are moving north and northeast, so that would put Fort Worth in a position for both these storms and then also storms to the south and deeper south and southwest of Fort Worth, closer to Stephenville, where you have more storms erupting. So definitely a severe risk for the Fort Worth area through this evening. I'm just now having the chance to view and look at some of the TikTok comments. I had to pull it up and make sure I could see it a little bit better, and now I can. So if you have questions, comments, feel free to ask those, and I'll do my best to answer them and we can take a little bit closer look at the area you're concerned about or where you live. I think that's sometimes the best way to do it. Question about Middle Tennessee. So no severe weather risk for tonight in Middle Tennessee. Better chance for strong to severe thunderstorms heading into the day tomorrow, especially late tomorrow night into Monday morning. In Central Tennessee, we're more than likely going to have a strong line of thunderstorms move through. The possibility of some spin-up tornadoes is not completely out of the question there either. Somebody asked, am I going to cover the southern storms tomorrow in Arkansas? Yes, we'll be live tomorrow. Tomorrow definitely looks like the bigger day in terms of the broader severe weather risk, and then also a little bit a better chance of all hazard severe weather, including the possibility of strong tornadoes tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, and through Monday morning across the central parts of the Ohio Valley into the south. So doesn't mean that we're not going to have a pretty pronounced severe weather threat through this evening. Obviously, we have two different watches that are out right now. But in terms of today and tomorrow definitely looks like the bigger day. Question here, more questions about Texas. Right now, it does look like, at least in the near term, the biggest severe weather risk is going to be focused in this circled area here. So from Stephenville to Gorman, that's Gorman to Comanche, up to Weatherford. This includes both the Fort Worth and the Dallas area. That's sort of the short-term highest risk for severe storms with large to very large hail. So that could be a concern. Somebody asked about Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I do think that Pittsburgh has a risk for some severe storms tomorrow night and into very early Monday morning. Probably not going to be quite as high as a risk in the risk area to the south of there, across parts of the south, deeper into the Ohio Valley, specifically Ohio. But Pittsburgh, you're definitely in on that risk area. Question about Dallas-Fort Worth and the DFW metro area. So this is, again, like I said a second ago, is going to be a spot that we're watching maybe a little bit closer than some other spots. And the reason being is because we do have severe thunderstorms that are developing now immediately to the west and southwest of Dallas and Fort Worth. And so when you have storms that are oriented southwest of the Metroplex, that puts both Dallas, Fort Worth, and the surrounding areas in a pretty vulnerable place because eventually those storms that are now moving north and northeast will probably track through Fort Worth and Dallas, probably producing some big hail as well. So far today, already, just as these storms are starting to pop up in North Texas, we've seen lime-size hail, if not a little bit bigger, in some of the strongest storms. I'm getting a lot of questions about the risk area for tomorrow, so we'll shift away from what's happening right this second across Oklahoma and Texas, and we can actually look at what's ahead for tomorrow and the risk area that we have in place. And just so this map doesn't look so crowded, I'm going to turn off very briefly the other watches and warnings that we have in place in the severe weather risk area we're tracking right now. But here's how things look for tomorrow. So this is a general setup. I understand it's kind of a lot to look at, but there are a few different risk zones that we're talking about. First of all, where you see almost that darker yellow into a little bit of an orange color here, this is where we have a risk level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. That's going to be a more elevated chance at storms that are capable of producing tornadoes, damaging winds, and very large hail. You do have some pretty big population zones in tomorrow's enhanced risk, 3 out of 5, including Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Louisville, St. Louis, Nashville, Little Rock, and Jonesboro. It is looking like there could be a corridor where within that enhanced risk, there's actually a little bit better of an environment for tornadoes. And as of late this afternoon and early this evening, looking over some of the data, that zone where conditions could be just a bit higher than others within that enhanced risk zone does appear to be across southeast Missouri into northeast Arkansas, southwest Kentucky, and western Tennessee. So that zone that I circled right there in pink, that's where we could have a locally better chance at seeing strong tornadoes tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, and tomorrow night than some of the other spots in this whole enhanced risk zone. We'll see whether or not the Storm Prediction Center overnight tonight, when they issued their day one outlook, goes ahead and chooses to perhaps trim some of the strongest possibilities down into this area, maybe increase the tornado risk a little bit. We'll have to wait on that. They could also go ahead and take the risk level up a little bit into the moderate zone, but we won't jump to any conclusions yet. That hasn't happened. But as mentioned, a little bit better zone tomorrow and risk area tomorrow, sort of a more pronounced risk tomorrow and tomorrow night compared to some other zones in the enhanced risk level 3 out of 5. At least what I'm seeing right now, that better chance for strong tornadoes from Cape Girardeau, Bowling Green, maybe to Nashville and Jonesboro. So more data to come tonight that may support that, but we'll see. And then surrounding that enhanced risk zone, you have a slight risk area that is what we consider a 2 out of 5. That's in the yellow, so Chicago, Detroit, Parkersburg, West Virginia, Knoxville, Tuscaloosa, Jackson, Dallas, Fort Worth, all underneath the slight risk zone. That's where strong to severe storms are still possible, but the best overlap of ingredients not necessarily in that zone, but the chance is high enough we still have the slight risk ongoing. And then surrounding that, we do have a marginal risk that is a 1 out of 5. That includes Madison, Wisconsin. This also includes spots like Mobile, New Orleans, some strong storms still possible in there, but not really the area that we're focusing all of our attention in on. So let's go ahead and I'm going to look back through some of your comments here because I have quite a few that I missed as I just did a little explainer. Somebody said that they've watched a lot of storm documentaries lately and the wind scares you. I don't blame you. Wind can be some of the scariest things when it comes to severe weather. I think that too. The sound of wind can be really terrifying. Somebody asked, what was it like shooting documentary for Netflix? Honestly, it was interesting. We did this about a year and a half ago or so in December, and we shot it in Joplin. That's where the documentary crew was. And I just remember there was so much talking and so many questions. It brought back up a lot of emotions for me, and I'm sure some of the other people too at the time who were being interviewed for that documentary as well. Somebody asked about the Cleveland area for tomorrow. So Cleveland, underneath the risk level 2 out of 5, slight risk as defined by the Storm Prediction Center. Large hail, damaging winds, and yes, a tornado risk tomorrow night for both Detroit and Cleveland. Probably not going to take place until late tomorrow night, closer to Monday morning, but certainly a risk for severe weather, a little bit lower compared to spots south and southwest across Ohio and into Indiana. Reason being is the deeper into the night we go, and more so into Monday morning, instability starts to wane a little bit. But more than likely tomorrow afternoon, you're probably going to have some supercell thunderstorms that start, and then those supercells will transition into a really intense squall line or QLCS line of storms that'll produce spin-up tornadoes, wind gusts 70, 80, maybe 90 miles per hour, as we so often get on some of these days. Somebody asked about the Louisville area. They say they're panicking. Yeah, these big severe weather risks can be scary, especially when they're back-to-back across what appears to be some of the same geographical region the past couple of weeks. But here's Louisville. Louisville underneath that enhanced risk, 3 out of 5 for severe weather tomorrow. Could be, unfortunately, a pretty long night tomorrow night for parts of central and western Kentucky. All severe weather hazards possible, including tornadoes. So the best piece of advice I could give you is make sure you're plugged in, that you have a way or multiple ways of receiving warnings. And then obviously it sounds like you are paying attention, so don't overconsume information overnight tonight. Check back tomorrow morning and then throughout the day. And then as long as you have a way to receive warnings, you're going to be fine. Somebody asked about St. Louis. St. Louis, again, another spot in that enhanced risk zone. 3 out of 5 for severe weather for tomorrow. St. Louis risk is going to be a little bit earlier in the day, during the mid to late afternoon, when some supercell thunderstorms could start to develop here out across central into eastern Missouri. And yeah, absolutely, there will be a tornado risk tomorrow across St. Louis. Kind of looking at some of the data for tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night, it does look like there could be some thunderstorms left over from tonight's severe risk that kind of drape an outflow boundary across central into eastern and southeastern Missouri. If that was to take place and we do get that outflow boundary type activity, more than likely that will kind of enhance the risk for severe weather tomorrow night from St. Louis south into the boot heel of Missouri, northeast Arkansas, south and southwestern Kentucky, and western parts of Tennessee in there as well. More questions about Ohio. We're talking Cleveland and into Toledo as we look at the risk for tomorrow. So again, we have definitely a pretty pronounced risk for severe weather tomorrow night across central into western Ohio. The Cleveland area is underneath a slight risk for severe storms. And then as you work your way westward throughout the state of Ohio tomorrow, that risk kind of gradually enhances and increases a little bit more. So there's Toledo as well. There's Cleveland, obviously. There's Toledo, both underneath the slight risk zone, 2 out of 5 for severe weather, which means we expect scattered severe thunderstorms tomorrow night. More than likely, the way this is going to go about, especially across eastern parts of Ohio tomorrow night, is we'll have a really big line of thunderstorms with winds probably in excess of 60 miles per hour, likely touching 70 miles per hour. Can't rule out gusts 80 to maybe even 90 miles per hour if we can get a super organized line of thunderstorms. For tomorrow's risk area as well, and then we're eventually going to go back to what's happening right now across Texas and into Oklahoma. But for tomorrow's risk area as well, one thing I do want to mention is the possibility of some early morning thunderstorms that may sort of tamper with the environment a little bit. If we get storms that are super pronounced tomorrow morning and long lasting through the morning into the early afternoon, those storms could sort of take some of the fuel needed for the more intense evening round, taking that fuel out of the atmosphere, and that could overall lower the severe weather risk a little bit across the Ohio Valley for tomorrow night. But let's actually take a look here at some of the data for tomorrow, and we'll use, if you're into the weather world, we'll use the we don't have the 0Z HER in just yet. We're going to go back to the 18Z HER high resolution rapid refresh model for tomorrow. And I'll bring this screen over here for just a second. And we'll take a look at some of this for tomorrow and tomorrow night specifically. And check out how, first of all, tonight's storms evolve. And if you're on TikTok, I know that the far right part of the screen isn't showing up just yet. I'll move it in just a second. But so notice how we go through tonight, and then you have tonight's overnight severe weather risk across parts of Missouri into Oklahoma that we're tracking right now. You have a big line of storms moving through, and those storms stay severe likely through about sunrise tomorrow morning before they get to the St. Louis area. And then they kind of leave behind an outflow boundary. So those storms, the storms that we're tracking right now in Oklahoma and Texas, will move east overnight tonight through parts of western and central Missouri into eastern Missouri before weakening. They'll leave behind a boundary, and then depending on what happens with that boundary, that could be the initial spot that storms kind of reinvigorate tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. And that's when we get our big severe weather threat ramping up for tomorrow night across parts of the Ohio Valley into the Midwest as well. You have supercells, a line of storms marching through and moving through. That sort of intense line of storms will become more pronounced the deeper into the evening we go, and we kind of lose a little bit of the supercell thunderstorm risk. And then look at what happens as we get closer to late tomorrow afternoon, early Monday morning. So here's 11 p.m., midnight, and you get that big line of storms that I'm talking about here, where you can get the winds up to about 80 miles per hour in a few isolated spots, sort of blasting through Ohio, down into Kentucky, and into parts of central and western Tennessee. So the way it looks for tomorrow is bigger risk for tornadoes and supercells across southeastern Missouri into central and southern Illinois, into parts of Indiana, and then northeast Arkansas included in that as well. But like I said, at a certain point, those storms will form more so into a line, a big QLCS line, overnight and into Monday morning, and sort of just plowed through the Ohio Valley all the way in to the south. So that's the way things are probably going to shape up for tomorrow. So lower tornado risk the further east you go, but sort of an increasing risk for damaging wind gusts. A question about Cleveland, Ohio, and the risk for tornadoes tomorrow in Ohio. So like I said a second ago, I think once you get into central Ohio, northeast Ohio, you lose the risk of strong tornadoes a little bit by early Monday morning, late tomorrow night, but you increase the risk of damaging wind gusts 70 to 80 miles per hour. So Cleveland has a higher risk for damaging wind gusts than tornadoes, but the tornado risk is not completely zero, as we often do get sort of lines of thunderstorms like this, and you get spin-up tornadoes that often occur along the line. I have a question here about Indiana. So Indiana is sort of in that area where, at least during the late afternoon and early evening, you could get some supercell thunderstorms that fire up ahead of the main line that'll start to develop out across central and southern Illinois. And then you lose the supercells and get more of that intense line, it looks like, from central into eastern Indiana by late tomorrow night and into Monday morning. A question about Memphis for tomorrow and how things will shape up across Memphis. So Memphis is one of those places where we're going to have to really watch the tornado risk for tomorrow and tomorrow night. Again, a lot of this is how meteorology works, is a lot of this that we see tomorrow, at least initially, is going to be dependent on what happens later tonight with the storms that are forming out there right now. But again, if those storms leave an outflow boundary where we think they will, across central Missouri into southern Missouri and northern Arkansas, you're going to get some really significant supercells, or at least the potential, the environment there that'll be supportive of significant supercells across southeast Missouri into northern Arkansas. And those could possibly, some of those supercells, right, possibly track through Memphis, maybe just north of Memphis, before you get more of a line of storms later overnight. But I would put Memphis at the top of the risk for tomorrow in terms of a more pronounced tornado threat. Let's see about Northwest Ohio and Grand Rapids, Michigan, since those are generally in the same vicinity for tomorrow here. First of all, let's start with Michigan. And here's Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids is underneath the risk level 2 out of 5, slight risk for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And then as you work your way into Northwest Ohio, the risk increases a little bit to a risk level 3 out of 5 that is defined as an enhanced risk by the Storm Prediction Center. So I think better risk for damaging wind gusts here across parts of central and southern Michigan, Grand Rapids, and then as you work your way into western Ohio, into eastern Indiana, damaging wind gusts and the tornado threat starts to go up a little bit as well. I'm a visual person, so we can show you this visually for tomorrow across Northwest Ohio. You can see by the time the storms get to you, and this is 23Z, so now we're talking late Sunday afternoon into early Monday morning, sort of that time zone. Don't want to get any more specific than that. But late Sunday night into early Monday morning, specifically for Northwest Ohio, you don't necessarily have these big individual supercell thunderstorms that produce tornadoes coming through, but you do have a line of storms coming through that may produce wind gusts 60 plus miles per hour, up to 70 miles per hour. And that line could work its way north into Michigan, the Grand Rapids area. There is a concern in Michigan for instability and how much there will be and how much fuel there'll be for storms. But regardless, there will definitely be a risk for damaging winds tomorrow across parts of Michigan, Grand Rapids specifically. A question about, let's see here, Youngstown, Ohio, and Chicago. So let's first start with Ohio. Again, for Ohio, your risk area is sort of split down the middle, right? From central into western Ohio as defined by it looks like an enhanced risk for severe weather. That's a 3 out of 5. And then as you get into eastern Ohio, Cleveland, the Columbus area, that is going to be a 2 out of 5 or slight risk for severe weather. That may, again, lead to some problems just because you're not in the more enhanced risk doesn't mean that you're not going to get the chance for some strong storms tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon across central and eastern Ohio, really more so tomorrow night across eastern Ohio. So there's Toledo in the slight risk. It is, again, almost fringing on the enhanced risk, 3 out of 5. So whenever we kind of get places that are on the verge between a slight and enhanced risk, the way I always used to say it when I would do TV weather is you don't really want to pay attention to those defined boundaries because weather and storms don't abide by boundaries that are defined by the Storm Prediction Center, especially when you're in that tight of a gradient. So Toledo definitely has a risk for severe weather tomorrow night. I think the better risk is going to be for damaging winds versus tornadoes, but regardless, the risk is there. Somebody asked about Chicago, so I'm doing these in chronological order the best that I can, but here's Chicago in the slight risk zone, or risk level 2 out of 5 for severe weather. Let's look at some of the modeling data for tomorrow night and tomorrow afternoon across Chicago. It does look like most of the storms that pop up tomorrow and tomorrow night will stay south of the Chicagoland area, at least in terms of severe risk. we're close enough by, there is the risk for strong to severe storms, but the better chance is going to be south of Chicagoland, more so into central Illinois, into central and western Indiana. But the greatest risk for tomorrow in Chicago will probably be for some damaging winds. That is if we can get storms to develop in the Chicagoland area. Somebody asked about, let's see, St. Louis and into western Kentucky. So we'll try to kill two birds with one stone with that question. So here is St. Louis, and then obviously here you have western Kentucky. Both of those areas in the enhanced risk zone, 3 out of 5 for severe weather tomorrow. If you were with me closer to the beginning of the live, I was talking about how if I were to define a zone that maybe has a better chance for strong tornadoes tomorrow night, it would probably be somewhere here across southeast Missouri, into central West Tennessee, North Arkansas, western and southwestern Kentucky, including Paducah, Cape Girardeau, Jonesboro, near or just north of Memphis. This is where it looks like we could have some really significant supercells and the potential for strong tornadoes move across. So maybe a relatively higher risk here in that area that I just circled compared to the rest of that enhanced or 3 out of 5 risk zone. But again, this will all come down to how storms behave tonight and what kind of boundaries they leave. Evansville, Indiana. So here's Indiana. Here's Indianapolis. You obviously have Evansville down here, sort of in that zone that I would define that maybe has a little bit higher risk for tornadoes tomorrow evening as compared to the rest of that enhanced risk zone, just depending on how supercells move about. I do think once you get sort of east of an Indianapolis to Evansville line, you reduce the risk of individual supercells tomorrow night and start to focus more so in on the potential for some damaging wind gusts. It'll become more of an overnight line of storms. Some questions here about Tulsa, Oklahoma. And so because that question is relevant to what's happening right now, I'm going to turn off the risk area for tomorrow here for a second. Go ahead and turn on our watches and warnings. And notice how Tulsa is one of the spots that is included in a tornado watch. So this is happening right now. We're taking a step away from what's going to happen tomorrow and looking to what's happening right this second just for a moment. And you can see there is the tornado watch. It's in place for most of central and northern Oklahoma, including Tulsa and Oklahoma City, until 1 o'clock in the morning. Supercells and thunderstorms so far having a hard time firing. We have seen some, looks like mainly elevated storms west of Ponca City, close to Enid. Those storms are not severe yet. Kind of as expected, we're having some issues with storms cutting through the cap, but Tulsa is a place that I would watch out tonight, especially later tonight, for more of a risk for damaging winds above all else. I did see a question here just a second ago that came through. I think it was talking about northern Indiana or Indianapolis. Let's look at that for a second. And I'm going to turn back on the risk zone for tomorrow. And it does look like Indianapolis and areas just north of Indianapolis, you get up to Noblesville, all this entire area, the Atlanta area, north of Indianapolis, Frankfort, all within that enhanced risk zone, 3 out of 5. Taking it a step further, I would say more than likely the biggest concern with storms tomorrow night near Indianapolis is going to be the chance for very damaging wind gusts above all else. You're going to have more than likely a line of storms coming through as opposed to the individual storms that pose a risk for a higher tornado threat. But along that line that kind of plows through Indianapolis tomorrow night, there is the potential for a few spin-up tornadoes along that line, likely of the weaker variety. And then certainly the damaging wind potential is there. So I would say best thing to do to get prepared is just make sure that you have a way or multiple ways of receiving warnings and then having that spot that you're going to go to if severe weather occurs prepared and ready, and then don't overconsume information overnight tonight. As long as you're prepared, you can go to bed ready for tomorrow. Let's see what else we have here. Questions about Springfield, Missouri, and what's taking place there right now. So Springfield is sort of an interesting spot overnight tonight. Again, turning off the risk zone for tomorrow. We're going to go back to looking at what's happening right this second and turning the watches and warnings back on. I do think For overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, Springfield's one of those spots where you might get the line of storms moving through with the wind 60 to 70 miles per hour overnight tonight. Could be a pretty intense line, but less of a tornado risk, a little bit better chance for some damaging winds for tomorrow, or rather for tonight, across parts of central into southwest Missouri. We do have now one supercell thunderstorm that has developed in the tornado watch area across parts of southwest Oklahoma. And this is now a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Comanche County, northwestern Jefferson County, and Cotton County in southwestern Oklahoma, as well as southwestern Stevens County. So we've got a lot going on here until 9:15. Bottom line is this storm is capable of producing quarter-size hail. Right now, it's located near Randlett and Temple, Oklahoma, south of Walters, Oklahoma. Looks like the hail core could strengthen a little bit more as the storm moves north and northeast into Temple, into Walters, into Empire City. Here's a track. This will be one that we have to watch pretty closely as it works its way north and northeastward. Reason being is, look at the track of this supercell. Again, on a night like tonight, where you have the potential of severe weather with standalone supercell thunderstorms, those are the storms that are probably going to be able to sustain themselves a little bit longer for several hours. So this supercell that we're watching across southwest Oklahoma, east of I-44, east of Walters, is going to be moving north and northeast with time. So that may put southern and southeastern OKC, Norman, Slaughtersville area at a risk for severe weather, maybe a little bit more of an enhanced risk for severe weather as compared to spots across western Oklahoma where we're not really getting much in the way of thunderstorm activity just yet. So that's one storm to watch. Rest of the tornado watch area is mainly free of severe weather, and then you do have more strong to severe storms now that are popping up across parts of north and then into central Texas. So here's a couple of storms that may be struggling a little bit. These were severe warned for, at one time, lime-size hail to the west of Stephansville. That has maybe decreased a little bit. Now we're looking at $half size hail with the storm west of Dublin and near De Leon in central Texas. And then the storm also south and southeast of Ranger. Again, I'll circle the storms that I'm talking about here. Both of these guys have gone down in intensity a bit. They've weakened some as they've moved north and northeast, not getting the really pronounced hail signatures, but we'll have to keep an eye on them. Still think we're struggling a little bit with a cap here across parts of North Texas and into central Texas and Oklahoma for that matter as well. But regardless, we'll keep an eye on these as they get closer to Fort Worth. You do have more storms west of Weatherford and Mineral Wells that were severe also at one point and then have weakened a little bit. So probably still have a capping inversion. Moisture is okay, mid-60 dew points. We'll see what happens here in the near term. I still think Dallas to Fort Worth is going to be a zone that we have to watch over the next half an hour to 45 minutes, and really maybe beyond that as well for severe weather as we have storms popping up south and southwest of DFW. And again, if you've lived in a place that has severe weather, you know, especially in this part of the country, if storms are forming south and southwest of you, that puts you in a vulnerable spot for severe weather. So watching Dallas and Fort Worth really closely here over the next couple of hours. More storms now popping up near San Angelo, south of San Angelo. This storm has winds up to 60 miles per hour, not getting the hail yet, at least up to severe strength, but it is crossing over State Highway 277, getting near Cristoval, and moving east to due northeast here. That warning here is with us for about another hour or so. And then eventually, notice how the watch does include spots like Killeen, Waco, doesn't quite include Austin and Round Rock, but just north of there. We'll see if we can get some storms forming along the dry line out here near San Angelo like we're seeing. Those could track east, northeast, and maybe impact Waco to Temple up to Waxahachie a little bit later tonight. With the severe watch in Texas, it goes until 2 a.m., so still got some time on that as we watch storms develop. Getting back over to the comment section now on TikTok. And I'm just going to scroll up a little bit here, try to do these in order the best that I can. If I don't get to your comment, not ignoring you. Sometimes you know how the TikTok algorithm can be and how TikTok is with the comments. They pop up and you don't sometimes get a chance to look at what's just above that comment. So I'll get to it. Just ask again. Question here, let's see. It looks like now we have questions about Dallas. So Dallas, obviously, like I said just a second ago, is one of those spots where we need to watch particularly closely with storms forming south and southwest of DFW. Supercells, those have weakened a little bit within the past 15 to 20 minutes, but still, Dallas needs to be on the lookout for storms south and southwest of you that could mature a little bit more and produce some big hail tonight would be the biggest risk for both Dallas and Fort Worth over the next couple of hours. Timing on storms into Dallas and Fort Worth a little bit closer to, let's say, 10 o'clock. At least that's the way it looks right now. A question about Springfield, Missouri for tomorrow. Tomorrow's risk is mainly going to be east of Springfield. I do think that Springfield for tonight into tomorrow morning, very early, talking 2 to 3 a.m., so late tonight into very early tomorrow morning, does have the potential for damaging wind gusts. That's the highest risk along a line of storms that develops, and some of those wind gusts could be significant at times, and then a lower chance for tornadoes. Springfield right now not included in the tornado watch area. A question about Kansas City for tomorrow. Again, KC in a spot where I think we're not going to have much in the way of any issues tomorrow. It's tonight that we have a better chance of severe weather across western Missouri and eastern Kansas, including Topeka and the KC Metro. We actually have some storms that are forming now across far northwest Missouri, southeast Kansas, and southwest Iowa, sort of in that zone where we have the three states almost overlapping a little bit. So we'll turn on Omaha radar, see what these storms look like. These, for the time being, look like they're baseline severe storms, so some quarter-size hail and winds 40 to 50 miles per hour. A few spots maybe getting close to 60 miles per hour. These also moving north and northeast. So this is near Peru right now. We have one storm and then a storm near Hamburg as well. This again is moving to the north and east. So Farragut may be in line for some heavy weather, just baseline severe storms with that activity at the moment. And then the rest of central and eastern Kansas is dry for the time being, but storms moving out of Oklahoma later tonight, maybe forming here across southeast Kansas, will eventually move into some of the bigger populations areas like KC a little bit later tonight. Let's see. We have questions about Texas again. So it depends where you are in Texas, but Texas is one of the spots that we're watching through about 2 a.m. tonight, as we do have some supercell thunderstorms that are firing up across central and into north Texas. A few severe thunderstorm warnings in place, one near San Angelo, a few more severe thunderstorms, although these are weakening west of Stephenville. I think we're probably still running into some issues with the that capping inversion that we sometimes talk about. Let's see. We have a question going back to, let's see. Why is everyone so focused on Texas like the cells in Nebraska aren't about to pop? Yeah, we'll watch those cells in Nebraska really closely. They're already starting to intensify a little bit for the time being, though. Just a couple of baseline severe thunderstorm warnings. South and southeast of Nebraska City. This is all north and northwest of Tarkio, north of St. Joseph, north of Kansas City, with a couple of cells here. Aren't super organized, don't really have that classic supercell look to them just yet. They may mature a little bit as they move northeast into Iowa, but we'll see. Only time will tell with that. Let's see. Questions about Indiana for tomorrow. So all of Indiana has a risk for severe weather tomorrow. If you're across the western half of the state, your risk is most likely going to be during the evening hours, and a better chance for tornadoes along with the wind and hail risk. And then the potential across eastern Indiana for more of a straight line wind event overnight tomorrow, closer to the pre-dawn hours on Monday morning, with winds up to 70 miles per hour. So sort of just depends on where you are. A question about northwest West Virginia. So let me turn on the risk area for tomorrow. No issues tonight in northwest West Virginia. The chance for some stronger storms is going to come tomorrow. Here's the risk area. And there is a slight risk for severe weather. Slight risk, 2 out of 5. I do think that the chance will probably come closer to Monday morning. What a lot of folks don't realize is with these risk areas that we have in place, it is, again, for tomorrow here, but it goes from about sunrise tomorrow until sunrise on Monday morning is the valid time that we have the risk in place. And I do think as you get into western West Virginia, it's going to be closer to Monday morning, pre-dawn hours on Monday morning. We could have a line of storms moving through, probably a weakening line of storms. So I would say the highest risk is for some winds up to 60 to 65 miles per hour. And then the chance, a low end chance for some quarter-sized hail tornado threat is probably going to be a little bit lower there compared to some of the spots into the Ohio Valley. So that's the way it looks at the moment. Lexington, Kentucky is going to be a spot tomorrow night where that line of storms that moves through is going to be maybe at its strongest point or still very mature. So I would say Lexington, Louisville included in this as well, Elizabethtown, the risk for winds 70 to 80 miles per hour tomorrow night, and then the possibility of some spin-up tornadoes along that line. Cincinnati to Lexington, less in the way of an individual supercell thunderstorm risk for tomorrow night and more in the way of a straight line damaging wind risk. But regardless, it is going to be a pretty busy night tomorrow, I'm sure, with a ton of warnings that may start to pop. Question about Kansas City for tonight. So right now, we're in a place where we're watching and waiting for thunderstorms to develop west and southwest at KC. We do have a storm south of Ottawa, north of Garnett at the moment that isn't severe. No formal severe thunderstorm watch in place, but Kansas City is in the slight risk zone, or actually with the latest update here that came out a short time ago, the slight risk has been trimmed for KC itself, downtown KCK, not necessarily in that slight risk anymore. Once you get south of KC, closer to, say, Overland Park, the Belton area, Paola, Harrisonville on the Missouri side, you have a better chance for some stronger storms tonight. Overall, the severe weather threat in Kansas City is decreasing compared to where we were, say, a couple hours ago. And that's just because we're not really getting much in the way of radar right now showing storms popping off. Again, keeping an eye on the Ottawa to Garnett storm, but for right now, no immediate risk for KC. Keeping an eye on the Nebraska storms as well. So far, these are just baseline severe thunderstorm warnings, but that is another spot where we could have a little bit locally higher of a threat for severe weather as compared to other places in the slight risk zone for tonight. So turning that off and then kind of leaving the warnings on here as to not let the screen get overcrowded. A question about Comanche, Oklahoma. So let's get back down into what's happening right now in Oklahoma. And notice we do have severe thunderstorms that are starting to intensify a little bit. These actually look better on radar now than they did 20 minutes ago or so. You have quarter-size hail, still winds to 60 miles per hour. So this is what we consider a base severe thunderstorm down across southwest Oklahoma, south of Lawton. But it does look a little bit better on radar. You have more pronounced hail core, and these are working north and northeast. So in the near term, Duncan and Comanche going to be in the risk area. By the way, Comanche, to answer that question, formally underneath a severe thunderstorm warning now for the next half hour until 9:15. Southeastern Comanche County in that zone, including Comanche. You have two different thunderstorms that we're watching. One of those is probably going to go north of Comanche now, closer to Walters, running now and just about to cross over Highway 65. And then a separate cell that's starting to develop here south and southwest of Hastings. This may go severe pretty soon. It is that southern storm out of the two that sometimes intends to be the strongest. So if this can mature a little bit more, this will probably put it on a path in the next 30 minutes to impact Comanche. So now definitely the time to get ready for some severe weather in the immediate future here in Comanche underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for the next half hour. Norman. So right now, Norman, free of any severe thunderstorms in the vicinity of both OKC and Norman, underneath a tornado watch here that's in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. So tornado watch for Norman and Oklahoma City, Moore, Slaughterville, down I-35 really. until 1 o'clock in the morning. And I think we're just going to really have to wait and see as to if we can get thunderstorms developing here southwest of OKC along I-44 from Medicine Park up to Chickasha. For now, it looks like the two storms out near Duncan and Comanche may pass south and east of Norman, at least in terms of how things look over the past 20 minutes, but that could change. But in the near term, at least for the next 30 minutes, probably longer than that, there's no severe weather threat immediately from OKC down to Norman, but tornado watch in place until 1 o'clock in the morning. How does Tulsa look? So Tulsa is another spot where, looking at the radar, we're rain-free, no showers and thunderstorms developing, which is the good news. But again, it depends on what happens south and southwest of Tulsa later tonight. If we can get storms to develop in this area, I do think there could be a risk for severe weather tonight in Tulsa. Obviously, a tornado watch is in place, but at least immediately, now for the next few minutes, no risk for severe weather at this time. A question about Purcell, Oklahoma. So again, we'll kind of get back south here a little bit. And at this time, it looks like the only area in Oklahoma that has an immediate risk for severe weather is the storms here down across southwest Oklahoma City, near Comanche, near Walters, near Temple, and then just directly north and east of there, I would be paying a little extra attention to the weather if I was in Duncan, up to maybe Maysville, Lindsay, Ada, Stratford, Sulphur area, because these storms eventually will move northeast and sort of into that zone. And if they can stay mature and not run into capping issues, they do have the potential to be severe here in the next little while and stay severe like we have that cluster of storms. Let's see. Questions about Springfield, Missouri. Springfield right now, again, not necessarily dealing with any severe weather or rain at this point. I think there could be an overnight line of storms that move through. We'll keep an eye on that pretty closely because there could be some wind gusts up to maybe 60 to 70 miles per hour. So that's what's happening in Oklahoma. Back down into Texas, we do have some storms that so far have weakened a little bit as compared to, let's say, 45 minutes ago or so. Definitely not as impressive on radar with these storms west of Stephenville and near Strawn, east of Ranger. In fact, let's put this into loop. You'll see what I'm talking about. These storms were producing lime-size hail. The hail size has gone down to about $half size. Still a big deal, right? But not necessarily getting to that lime-size category, and not quite, near that, at least in the next, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes if they stay at this strength. Probably some capping issues here. Here comes a storm that was severe at one point, and that's now about to move into Weatherford. Not severe any longer. Like I said, a sort of weakening trend over the past half hour with some of these storms across central Texas, not necessarily to the point where they're not severe, but we're not really getting the lime-size hail that we were a little bit earlier on. Question about Dallas, and this includes the whole Fort Worth Metroplex as well, DFW. No severe weather right now, either in Dallas or Fort Worth. We're watching storms to your south and southwest really closely because these will eventually, no matter their strength, move into Dallas and Fort Worth within the next hour to hour and a half, between about 10 and 10:30 p.m. And if they stay severe, the biggest issue would be for some hail. So a little bit higher risk for severe weather in both Dallas and Fort Worth as compared to other areas in the watch zone. And we're watching the storms south and southwest of you really closely. If these continue to maintain their strength, that would put a severe weather risk in DFW by 10 to 10:30. If they strengthen, again, it will probably be an issue with some large to very large hail up to about 2 inches or bigger tonight. We've already touched that 2-inch zone with hail with storms earlier on. More severe weather, again, in Texas, south of San Angelo. This storm is weakening a little bit too. This is a baseline severe thunderstorm, not even getting to severe hail. Winds that are probably not even at severe strength anymore. Let's look at velocity on this. You may have some winds 55 to about 60 miles per hour here south and southeast of San Angelo, southwest of Vancourt. We can sample them here with radar. And like I said, more than likely, we're probably not getting a ton of severe weather in here just by the look of this storm. We could possibly have the chance for some winds, but certainly not getting to the hail at the moment. There are some samples from radar really not even seeing severe winds in this. So probably not necessarily touching severe strength with the storm south and southeast of San Angelo, but we'll continue to watch it. These storms across Texas and eventually the storms that we're watching in Oklahoma have been struggling all day to overcome a cap. That's why we've had to wait until sunset when temperatures start to cool off aloft a little bit and at the surface that we are now finally seeing some of these storms starting to develop. But in terms of a near-term severe risk for Texas, it's a storm southwest Dallas-Fort Worth that we're watching, the storm south of San Angelo, with some hail, yes, but just kind of observing what we've been seeing, there has been a slight weakening with these storms, trend with these storms, southwest of DFW near Mineral Wells, near Stephenville. Going to answer some other questions now outside of Texas and DFW, because there are a lot of questions about what's happening tomorrow, and rightfully so. Tomorrow does look like it's going to be the bigger day out of the next few. We're probably going to have back-to-back severe weather for at least the next 6 days or so, where there's severe weather somewhere in the country, but we're looking at tomorrow and then again next Wednesday for the potential of a little bit higher of a risk out of all the days. So here is the risk area for tomorrow. And again, so the screen doesn't get too crowded, I'm going to turn off the watches and warnings and then turn on the risk area for tomorrow. And like we talked about a few minutes ago, you do have a broad risk level 3 out of 5 for severe weather that stretches roughly from near Toledo all the way south and southwest to about Jackson, Mississippi, the Texarkana area, and Shreveport. And within that broad enhanced risk zone, 3 out of 5, just by looking at some of the afternoon data, particularly the convective allowing models, some of the short range models, both the NOM and the HER, if you're familiar with them, have been showing a bit more of an enhanced tornado risk possibly compared to some of the other spots in this 3 out of 5 zone across southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, southwest Kentucky, and southern Illinois late tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that area, maybe slightly more than other areas in the enhanced risk zone. It does look like a pretty favorable corridor for supercells and tornadoes across southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, western parts of Tennessee, and southwest Kentucky. And because of that, we may see perhaps some refinement to the risk area for tomorrow when we get the outlook time from the Storm Prediction Center. Might see a little bit bump up in those tornado chances into the moderate risk zone. We'll see, again, not jumping to any conclusions, but just based off of this afternoon's trend, a little bit higher of a tornado risk tomorrow across southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, southwest Kentucky into Tennessee and southern Illinois as supercell thunderstorms likely to fire and develop tomorrow night. Question about Joplin for tonight and about Kansas City for tonight. So let's go ahead and turn off, and we'll come back to this, the risk area for tomorrow, and then turn back on our watches and warnings that we have out there right now. And starting first with Joplin, so a tornado watch does include areas southwest of Joplin into northeast Oklahoma, Miami, Veneta included in the tornado watch. Right now, no formal watch for Joplin itself, but I do think there will be the risk probably for damaging winds later tonight across that 4-state zone, and we can actually look at let's go ahead and change the run on this now that we have the 0Z in, or the latest data from some of our high resolution models. Again, so look at Joplin later tonight. almost into the pre-dawn hours tomorrow morning, you have sort of a line of storms, so to speak, or a cluster. This might be more appropriate to say a cluster of storms that is oriented from southwest to northeast, getting into Joplin and southwest Missouri by 3 to 4 a.m. tomorrow. So that would be Monday morning, late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Biggest issue is going to be wind, probably 60 to 70 miles per hour. Tornado threat's quite low across southwest Missouri for tonight, but it is not completely zero either. Regarding Kansas City, I think it was a question in particular for Kansas City, Kansas. So I think most of the severe weather for tonight is going to pass south of KC. We might get some storms that could develop out near Topeka, Osage City, Tonganoxie, Valley Falls. Those storms that pop there in the next hour to hour and a half more than likely will not become severe. And then that main line that I showed you that is expected to move through southwest Missouri will stay just south of Kansas City. I think that KCK in particular shouldn't have too much of a problem with severe weather overnight tonight. It's going to be spots south of there and into Oklahoma and Texas that we have a little bit bigger of a risk for severe storms. We're already having severe thunderstorm warnings that are being issued. Question about South Carolina for Monday. So let's briefly talk about Monday before we get back over to the storms that are firing right now, because we're getting more severe warnings in southwest Oklahoma. So here's the risk zone for Monday, our day 3 outlook. And there is a broad slight risk, or risk level 2 out of 5 for severe weather heading into Monday across the Carolinas and all the way into the Northeast as well. This will probably be a day where we have storm clusters that kind of start to pop up. Doesn't look like a huge risk on Monday, but enough so to warrant the 2 out of 5 by the Storm Prediction Center. Above all else, it's going to be the threat for wind and hail and a lower tornado risk on Monday that we're going to keep an eye on as sort of that line that comes out of the south and the Ohio Valley tomorrow night starts to weaken just a little bit. Looking at your comments and a question about St. Charles, Missouri, I think that for tonight, there aren't going to be any issues. No, there won't be any issues for tonight. It's going to be more so tomorrow and tomorrow night. It's sort of an interesting setup for St. Louis, St. Charles, and really this whole area. What's going to happen is we're going to have a big line of storms coming out of northeast Oklahoma and southwest Missouri that'll probably get up to the Springfield area, stay severe through there late tonight to tomorrow morning. And then by the time that whole line gets to, let's say, Rolla, Jefferson City, St. Louis, it will have gone below severe criteria late tonight and early tomorrow morning, but it will leave a outflow boundary kind of draped and left over here for storms to reinvigorate tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. And I would say St. Louis, St. Charles, especially areas south of there, do have a pretty substantial risk of severe weather for tomorrow and tomorrow night, including the potential of some strong tornadoes as well. So all depends on what happens tonight, but more than likely, supercell thunderstorms will fire up along a leftover outflow boundary from tonight's storms tomorrow, and those storms will go on to pose a pretty big risk, possibly, for some tornadoes. Let's see about Northeast Ohio for tomorrow. Northeast Ohio tomorrow, more than likely, if there's going to be a risk of severe weather, it's not going to come until closer to Monday morning before sunrise. And the biggest issue there is going to be for winds, probably near 60 miles per hour, a little bit higher than that, along a line of storms that races through. So bottom line is higher risk stays west of northeast of Ohio. Central Illinois, I think that, again, a lot of us here kind of focused in on what's happening tomorrow. And again, rightfully so, because of the severe weather risk area, how large we have the risk level 3 out of 5 that's in place. And like I said, looking over some of the recent data within this entire risk level 3 out of 5, there might be a locally higher tornado threat corridor that kind of develops in this blue circled area: northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri, West Tennessee, southwest Kentucky, southern Illinois, where we have supercell thunderstorms sort of at their peak intensity tomorrow night. So we'll see what happens later tonight as the Storm Prediction Center kind of refines and relooks at their outlook. in that area, possibly. Question about should Houston be good? Houston should be fine for tonight. Most of the storms that'll be severe tomorrow will probably end up being north of Houston as well, so not really a huge overall risk there. Question about southern Michigan and southwest Indiana. And let's pull back up for just a second our data output for tomorrow. And again, look at what I was saying just a second ago, how tomorrow you're more than likely going to get a situation where you have an outflow boundary left over from tonight's storms, right? And that boundary will act as a focal point for storms to reinvigorate tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. And for a few hours, we could have that higher supercell tornado risk start to pop up here across southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas in particular. Notice those supercells. Those could be tornado-producing supercells if those right ingredients overlap. Not a guarantee, but it's definitely a possibility. So with that being said, I think we had a question about Ohio into northeast Indiana, southern Michigan. That zone is going to be more at risk for damaging winds above all else heading into tomorrow night. Tomorrow as a whole doesn't look like a super high-end severe weather risk day, but the potential is there for a few strong tornadoes early in the event and then shifting to more of a damaging wind risk later into the night. Next Wednesday, if anything, looks more impressive than what we're going to see for tomorrow. Southwest Indiana, central Illinois. So again, here is southwest Indiana into central Illinois. Tomorrow afternoon, again, probably going to be looking at least a few supercell thunderstorms tracking through that area. Those are the more intense thunderstorms that could produce some large to very large hail and an elevated tornado risk for central Illinois into southwest Indiana, more so southwest Indiana above all else compared to central Illinois, but still watching that entire zone pretty closely. Somebody asked about Georgia over the next few days. It does look like Georgia will be at risk for damaging winds on Monday morning into midday Monday. Depends where in Georgia you're asking about, though. Western half of the state, a little bit higher of a risk for severe weather Monday morning compared to the eastern half, but regardless, the threat will be there. Somebody asked about supercell in St. Charles. So right now, no severe weather in St. Louis or in St. Charles right this second. We're talking about tomorrow and how it does look like, especially south of St. Louis, the ingredients will be in place for a few hours to sustain some significant supercell thunderstorms with really big hail, some strong wind gusts, and yes, an elevated tornado risk. You can actually see some of those supercells that start to develop south of St. Louis, southeast Missouri, far southern Illinois into tomorrow evening. Question about Dallas. So let's go kind of shift our attention for just a second away from what's happening tomorrow, and I'll get back to those comments and then focus in on what's taking place right now across Texas and Oklahoma. And let's clean up this map a little bit. It is too much with the outlook for tomorrow, so turn that off. So here's a look, first of all, broad scale. We have a tornado watch that's in place right now for central, northern, and northeast Oklahoma, and a severe thunderstorm watch across Texas. The tornado watch in effect till 1 a.m., the severe thunderstorm watch including Dallas and Fort Worth until 2 a.m. And zooming in closer to the Metroplex, so we do have a few severe thunderstorms southwest of Dallas, and these are now down to a baseline severe storm. So it's interesting, these storms that I'm about to circle, these storms here, initially, when they first went up, they intensified to really significant severe status with lime-sized hail, especially that storm near Mineral Wells. Then, as they progressed and propagated east a little bit over the past 30 to 45 minutes, they've weakened and now are only producing quarter-size hail and winds to 60 miles per hour as they get closer to Dallas and Fort Worth. The reason being is there is still a capping inversion in place, believe it or not, even after dark now, across this entire area. And so storms are kind of running into that cap. They're fighting it a little bit, and it's why they're not able, at least in the near term here, to sustain themselves with that severe weather risk, producing the lime-sized hail and some of the stronger wind gusts. But regardless, this is kind of a long, drawn-out answer, I know, about Dallas. But you do have storms now west and southwest of you approaching Dallas and DFW. Let's keep an eye on the next hour and a half to 2 hours for an increasing severe weather risk for mainly hail, I would say. At right this moment, there is no active severe thunderstorm warnings for either Dallas or Fort Worth, but notice the storms popping up south and southwest of you. It could get pretty stormy here over the next hour. Let's say now through about 11 p.m., Dallas and Fort Worth have the threat of strong to severe thunderstorms, with those storms forming near the metro. So we'll keep an eye on those storms. Pulaski County in Missouri. So interestingly enough, I know that area pretty well. So let's show you what's happening right now on radar. We can turn on radar here across central Missouri down into the Ozarks and Pulaski County. No active weather at this point. In fact, not even any raindrops near you, but I do think overnight tonight we'll have a line of thunderstorms moving in that may produce some winds at or just above severe criteria. So we're talking 60 miles per hour, obviously torrential rainfall and a good amount of lightning as well. That line is going to come out of northeast Oklahoma, first into southwest Missouri, and then eventually into central Missouri, making it maybe as far as St. Louis by early tomorrow morning. That's sort of the track of that line of storms eventually later tonight. And higher severe risk across southwest Missouri than central Missouri, Rolla, Vichy, Pulaski County, Columbia, Jefferson City, a little bit lower of a risk, but still some strong storms certainly possible overnight tonight. Let's see. Do I think Northwest Illinois will be okay? So tomorrow, interestingly enough, there is that risk for severe weather, especially south of Chicagoland. And the biggest threat is going to be for some significant wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour south of Chicago across northern Illinois. Northwest Illinois, probably at a little bit lower of a risk, at least compared to spots that are going to be south and southwest of Chicago. So relatively low risk tomorrow across northwest Illinois, but still some strong storms are possible. Back down now to what's happening in Texas. Another question about Texas. Right now, our focus is on 3 severe storms. One of them south of San Angelo that doesn't even look like it's reaching severe criteria anymore. They'll probably just let the warning run out on that one. A couple of storms near Stephenville, south of Mineral Wells, that are headed for DFW, producing quarter-size hail. Quarter-size hail, by the way, isn't really going to damage a ton, but we're getting to that point where anything above it, literally anything just bigger than quarter-size hail, you start running into dents. And that's why for a severe thunderstorm to be considered severe, we need at least quarter-size hail and winds at 58 miles per hour or above. How does Oklahoma look? Starting to get busy in Oklahoma now. Tornado watch for much of central, northern, and northeast Oklahoma, including Tulsa and OKC, until 1 in the morning. And look at these storms that are intensifying now across southwest Oklahoma. Winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail with these storms near Duncan. They're just right at severe criteria. We've watched them mature over the past hour or so. They're going to head north and northeast here, out towards Pauls Valley eventually, Stratford, Ada, and depending on if these storms can overcome a cap, the storms near Duncan and Empire City as well as Comanche, there may be a risk for slightly larger hail than what we're seeing right now, and the chance for some wind gusts and even a low-end tornado potential, hence the reason why we have a tornado watch in place. Another severe storm that's developing here out across western Oklahoma. This storm near Elk City is producing quarter-size hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour. It's another baseline severe storm, although, to me at least, it looks like these storms across southwest Oklahoma are going to be a little bit more promising in terms of a near-term severe weather risk. Question about Louisville for tomorrow. Louisville definitely going to be one of the spots that we're watching for severe thunderstorms, especially tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. The potential of large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes is there in Louisville tomorrow night. So pay attention to the weather and make sure you have multiple ways to receive warnings. as those storms start to develop and pop tomorrow. It's probably going to be an overnight event, unfortunately, for a lot of the risk area tomorrow. Somebody said that there may be rotation near Duncan. Let's look. Let's pull up velocity here for a second and see if we can see if there's any developing signs of rotation. Obviously, you do have sphere of storm here popping up, and maybe a little bit of a hail core as well west of Duncan. Here's velocity, and I don't necessarily see anything that grabs my attention just yet. You may have a bit of broad rotation in these areas. That certainly is not going to get the National Weather Service to pull the trigger on any tornado warning, at least in the near term. Even looking at storm relative velocity, nothing too concerning in terms of rotation. But yeah, you are going to get some hail with this storm as it approaches Duncan and Central High as well as Marlow. The inflow into this severe warned storm here is not what I would call clean. You almost have another little area of shower and thunderstorm development southwest of Comanche and southwest of Empire City that is impeding in on the inflow of this main supercell. So if this storm can kind of split, if we can get this storm to move to the right, south of Comanche, near 81 Highway, and get the western supercell to continue on its northern track, then you might get a little bit better inflow and as a result, a better chance of bigger hail. So we'll see what happens with that. So far, the storms in Oklahoma are just baseline severe, meaning they're just now getting to severe criteria. But, we are still kind of at the beginning, at least, of this event that is going to go on to produce more severe weather across central Oklahoma and northeast Oklahoma the deeper into the night we go. How about Moore? So Moore, Oklahoma right now is in a spot where we obviously have the tornado watch in place, and then we're watching really closely, right? If you live in Oklahoma City, this is no secret. You watch south and southwest of OKC and really along the I-44 corridor for storm development. The storm near Duncan is probably going to pass south of Moore, probably south of Norman as well, to be honest, near Slaughtersville, near Purcell. And then we're watching a few blips on radar out near Chickasha, right along I-44. That could be a developing storm. If it can overcome the cap, that may give Moore a chance for rain and thunderstorms over the next hour. But near-term severe weather risk, and I mean near-term, next 20, 25 minutes, is not there. But we'll watch it. And we'll watch those storms southwest of Moore and also developing right along I-44. What do you think we're getting for El Reno tonight? So El Reno is one of those spots, again, where if we can get storms to develop south and southwest of El Reno, out near Binger and closer to Anadarko, if we can get storms to develop in that area, there would be the risk for some strong to severe thunderstorms in El Reno tonight. You're sort of towards the western periphery of that watch, but it's all dependent on if thunderstorms develop west and southwest of you, but no immediate risk for severe weather. Notice a storm out near Elk City. I think this is running parallel to the front that we have, and then the storms out ahead of Elk City, closer to Duncan. Those storms are all in advance and out ahead of the Pacific front / dry line that we have out across western Oklahoma. A question about Joplin. I do think Joplin tonight will probably have some strong thunderstorms late tonight, early tomorrow morning, early on Monday morning. It's going to be in the form of a line of storms that's moving in from your southwest. So out of Oklahoma into southwest Missouri. And the biggest issue will probably be for some winds later tonight in Joplin. Very low tornado risk, which is the good news. Springfield, same deal. Chance for some strong to severe thunderstorms tonight, mainly in the form of wind coming out of northeast Oklahoma. Less of a tornado risk and less of a hail risk as we get storms to kind of congeal and form into a line by the time they get to Tulsa. Carthage, Missouri, so same kind of answer as Joplin. Line of storms tonight, wind possible, wind up to 60 miles per hour, some small hail, and a very low tornado risk. Kansas City Kansas City is at a very low risk for severe weather. I would probably say I would not anticipate severe storms tonight in KC. South of there, perhaps. And I mean, once you get out a little bit closer to, Gardner, Ottawa, Mound City, and Lacine, you have a better risk for strong storms, but KC itself not at a super high risk for severe weather. How's the Ohio River Valley looking tomorrow? Could be a very busy day. Initially tomorrow evening, there will probably be about a 3 to 4 hour window where supercell thunderstorms develop along an outflow boundary in eastern Missouri, northeast Arkansas, and they may stay supercellular for that 3 to 4 hour window, producing an all-hazard severe risk, including strong tornadoes, damaging wind gusts, and some large to very large hail. How about Central Texas? Depends on where you are in Central Texas. We do actually have thunderstorms that have gone severe already tonight out near San Angelo. The severe thunderstorm warning on that cell near Eden has been allowed to expire. More storms popping up near Brownwood and north of there, the supercell near Stephansville. I think more than likely we're going to run into some capping issues, at least with these storms that we have here that I've just circled that are on the southwest risk area underneath the severe thunderstorm watch. So some capping issues possible. Kind of depends on where you are in Central Texas. If you're talking Austin down to San Antonio, very low risk of storms at all tonight because of the very strong and stout cap that we have in place. The Temple area, Temple underneath a severe thunderstorm watch here until 2 o'clock in the morning. But I don't really think that, at least for Temple and areas just south of there, there's going to be a super heightened risk for severe weather. We'll have to see how, everything pans out. But there is a very strong cap that we have in place for Temple, for Waco. And because of that cap, we're going to have a tough time getting storms to not only form, but get severe and stay severe. Somebody said just joined Moore, Oklahoma. We were talking about Moore just a second ago, actually, and how in the near term, the next 30 minutes or so, there's not a risk for severe weather in Moore, but also how living in Moore, you probably know that you usually look southwest of you for thunderstorm development. And in this case, per the radar in Oklahoma City, we don't have a ton of thunderstorm development directly south and southwest of Moore. We do have one along the I-44 corridor near Chickasha right now that we're watching. It's struggling among the cap. Obviously, we do have the severe thunderstorm out near Duncan that's moving north and east. I estimated that this one would probably pass south of Norman near Slaughtersville and closer to Purcell, not impacting Moore or OKC. So hopefully that answers that question about Moore. The question about Gardner, Kansas. So I do think that Gardner is going to be one of those spots that is at the far northern end of any risk for tonight. You do have a line of actually thunderstorms right now that's about to move over Kansas City. And these are non-severe storms that we're watching, about to roll into Johnson County, Olathe, Overland Park, DeSoto. Some heavy rain for sure approaching KC and KCK, but not severe at this point. And I wouldn't anticipate that this little area and cluster of storms that we're watching coming into KC is going to turn severe anytime soon. But regardless, it is one to keep an eye on, as we're doing with all those storms out there tonight. More storms kind of running parallel to our cold front / dry line here out near Elk City. These are just baseline severe storms. They've been producing some quarter-size hail. Broken Bow, Oklahoma. So again, I think that anything that forms south and southwest of you, we have a chance of turning severe tonight with mainly a hail and wind risk, but there's a tornado risk with some of these storms in Oklahoma City. Probably is not super high. We obviously have the tornado watch that's in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. Question about Kentucky and tomorrow. Let me get to that in just a second. let me first answer the question about Edmond, Oklahoma that just came in. So for Edmond, no near-term risk for severe weather. You don't have any thunderstorms near you. We're keeping an eye on this area right in here, southwest of Edmond, Binger down through about Cinder and Tipton, east of Altus. If any storms can develop in that area, that would put you at a slightly higher risk for severe weather because those storms obviously would eventually track over your location. Now, let's get to tomorrow because now seeing a question about Chicago as well as parts of the Ohio Valley for tomorrow. So now turning off our severe alerts that are taking place right now and then turning on our day 2 outlook by the Storm Prediction Center and actually turning on, I'm going to show you something slightly different. So what I've done is I've turned on the tornado risk for tomorrow as defined by the Storm Prediction Center. And look at this yellow area here. That's where we have a slightly higher risk for tornadic activity tomorrow. Supercells tomorrow, 10% risk for supercells and tornadoes tomorrow. And then if you're not familiar with how the Storm Prediction Center puts out the risks, whenever you see that dashed area, we call it hatched, that's a zone where strong tornadoes are possible. There is a chance for strong tornadoes in that hatched risk zone where you see the yellow. And then we can take it a step further based off forecasting that I did earlier today. And I think that there might be a corridor of even more enhanced tornado risk here across northern, northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri, and southwest Kentucky into tomorrow night where supercells are most likely to form. So we're talking about the Ohio Valley now, Tyler, and we're focusing in specifically on what's taking place first across this enhanced risk zone and where we have the 10% risk for tornadoes in the hatched risk area here. And I was mentioning, what the hatch risk zone means and how that is where the highest probability of a strong tornado or two may occur tomorrow and tomorrow night. By the way, 10% risk for tornadoes means 10% risk within 25 miles of any point in that risk area. Now, for the rest of the Ohio Valley, once you get into central Ohio, western Ohio, you still have the risk for a couple tornadoes tomorrow, but it's going to be more so damaging winds that we're concerned about. And the reason being is by the time that storms get to you, it's going to be more so an issue with a line of storms versus individual supercell thunderstorms. Somebody asked, is 10% high? So it's all relative. On this scale that we're looking at, yes, 10% is when we start getting into a little bit higher criteria here. Typically, when you get tornado risks, they're either 2% or 5%. When you see a 10%, it kind of starts to grab your attention, pop out a little bit, even more so when you have the hatch risk zone where the Storm Prediction Center and we are looking at the chance for strong tornadoes. So yeah, 10% is up there where we start kind of paying attention a little bit more. A question about, is there any tornadoes in southeast Kentucky? Not right now. And tomorrow evening, by the time storms get to you, I should say more so early Monday morning, it's going to be more of a wind threat versus a tornado threat. What about Louisiana? Looking down into Louisiana, it's going to be really areas along and north of Interstate 20 for tomorrow that have the risk for tornadoes, or I should say the higher risk for tornadoes and supercell thunderstorms. So north of Monroe up to about Bastrop, Lake Providence. This is where you could get some isolated supercells develop and a corridor for damaging winds, hail, and maybe a lower tornado risk. What about Louisville, Kentucky? So for Louisville, again, Louisville is one of those spots tomorrow where we may still have a few supercells ongoing before we transition over to a all linear mode of severe weather getting into central Kentucky, Lexington area. So Louisville would be a spot I would definitely pay attention to tomorrow night. Somebody asked about A, should they go to bed in Oklahoma? And then B, kind of into southwest Missouri. So let's take a look first about what's happening in Oklahoma, and there will always be time to come back to tomorrow's risk and answer questions about that. So let me turn this off for just a second and then get back on our watches and warnings overlay that we have right now. And the question first about should you go to bed in Oklahoma tonight kind of depends on where you are. I would say that if you are in northern and northeast Oklahoma, go to bed, but make sure you have something that'll wake you up later on tonight. The tornado risk there is probably a little bit lower than down in central Oklahoma. That's because by the time storms get to Tulsa, Bartlesville, Miami, they're going to be more linear than anything else, which means damaging wind. Non-zero tornado threat, but damaging wind above all else. I would be paying extra close attention to the weather right now if I was from Guthrie to Enid to OKC to Norman, back west to Duncan, Ardmore, and Ada. What about Joplin? So Joplin's one of those areas for tonight, as well as southwest Missouri, that have a better chance of damaging winds above all else, and it's probably not going to happen until 2 a.m. or later. As a line of storm races through your area, you may get some damaging wind gusts. Very low tornado risk across Joplin for tonight, but damaging winds are possible. Jonesboro, Arkansas. Oh boy, I would pay attention tomorrow in Jonesboro for strong tornadoes. Obviously that's not something anybody can guarantee, but there is the chance of supercell thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes in the vicinity of Jonesboro tomorrow evening and tomorrow night, probably at a higher risk than many other spots in that enhanced risk zone. So tomorrow could definitely be a busy day with plenty of warnings out there, including the potential of a tornado risk. Columbia, Missouri for tonight, storms should stay south of Columbia. Any of those storms that develop out there. Tomorrow, you could get some storms developing near Columbia and just east of there, maybe a little bit closer out to, say, Montgomery City. That's where some of those storms may start to get strong late tomorrow afternoon. Let's see. Wichita, Kansas for tonight will be a spot that we'll continue to watch. It's interesting. Once you get up here into Wichita, you're not getting much in the way of thunderstorm development. Most of it is south and southeast of Wichita. If we can get some storms, I'm not sure where the cold front is. It's probably somewhere in here. So I would almost say Wichita is in a place now where it's unlikely you see any severe weather tonight, and most of the severe weather will probably be south and east of Wichita. Cleveland, Ohio for tomorrow could be at a risk for strong to severe storms late tomorrow night, more so early Monday morning, and above all else, the threat for high wind gusts above a tornado risk for tomorrow night, early Monday in Cleveland. So these storms that are developing right now in OKC and south of OKC, I should say, have been intensifying a little bit. The storms that we were talking about out near Duncan, it was interesting. I told you how if we could get one of these storms to become more of a right mover, which it looks like the Duncan cell is, then that would be more of an opportunity for the northern storm to intensify, kind of go on its own, which looks like it's happening right now. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out here now. First of all, the severe thunderstorm warning that includes Central High, Marlow, Duncan, Empire City, Comanche. That is in place until looks like 9:45 for some very heavy rain, some small hail in there. And then now a new severe thunderstorm warning that we have. This one is for southern Grady County, including Chickasha, until at 10 o'clock. And that storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So now a severe thunderstorm warning, including Chickasha for the storm that is south of you near Rush Springs. That's getting its act together a little bit more for some quarter-size hail. And this storm will kind of be riding just south of I-44. So this could be a storm eventually, this more northern storm north of Duncan that's now trying to go out on its own, that may, on its current track, end up cutting pretty close to the metro, OKC Metro, out near Slaughtersville and Noble. And then watch this storm right along I-44 just east of Chickasha. We've been watching that one too. Obviously, it's not severe warned at this time, but if it can break through the cap, it does have the potential to become severe a little bit later on. So let's go ahead and put a track now on this storm now that it's coming out of Rush Springs, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And remember, it's only producing quarter-size hail and winds to near 60 miles per hour, if that, which puts it at base severe thunderstorm criteria, which is just enough to pull the trigger here on a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a strong storm, but into Alex, the community of Alex, in the next 22 minutes, Dibble in 36 minutes, Cole within the next 45 minutes. So that puts us at what? About 10-15 or so. Goldsby in the next 52 minutes, Moore in about an hour, and Norman in about an hour. So plenty of time of both Moore and Norman to watch the storm that's near Rush Springs and see what's going to happen with it here, if it intensifies or maintains its strength, depending on how strong the environment is, meaning the cap, out ahead of that storm. It is interesting. We still do have severe thunderstorms that are popping up now, actually running along our cold front out across western Oklahoma here near Elk City. These are baseline severe storms and more than likely are not going to produce a tornado threat for tonight. But still, it is interesting to get some severe storms that far west out near Clinton and Elk City. Those will be watched for further intensification, but not really a huge tornado threat out of those, at least in the near term. Really, not really a huge tornado threat out of most of the storms that we're seeing out there tonight. It's going to be more of an issue with hail for this evening, with both the storms in Texas, Oklahoma, and then maybe becoming more of a wind issue later on tonight as they congeal into a line as they work into southwest Missouri, the Joplin area for sure. Lots of questions here about tomorrow, which I'll jump back to in just a second. Northeast corner of Oklahoma into Joplin. So here is Miami, right, for some reference where we are on the map. And there's a tornado watch in effect, but my thinking is not really a huge tornado threat here out across northeast Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, southwest Missouri. By the time storms get to Nowata, Veneta, into Seneca, Neosho, Joplin, Carl Junction, by the time that storms get to you, which will be well past midnight tonight, above all else, it is going to be a damaging wind threat that we'll have to keep an eye on, probably getting winds near 60 miles per hour if we get any severe storms along that line. Tornado threat very low for tonight from northeast Oklahoma into Joplin. Isn't quite zero. You can't necessarily rule out a quick spin up along the line, but above all else is going to be the potential for damaging winds by the time the line gets to you late tonight. So sort of the type of night where I would go to bed, but I would also make sure that I have a way, or, obviously multiple ways of receiving mornings. Good old fashioned no weather radio is a good idea. Phone apps are a good idea. A lot of the time, those apps work better than anything else as they can send you push notifications, but they don't work if your phone dies, obviously, and they don't work if you don't have cell service, which is why there's sort of a push, among broadcast mets to say multiple ways of receiving mornings, but one way is better than no way at all. Bigger picture here, watching storms west of Fort Worth now, and northwest of Fort Worth. Here is a look at the storm out near Pelican Bay, and this is a new severe thunderstorm warning, a base severe thunderstorm warning as well. Quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning specifically for southeastern Wise, southern Denton, northeastern Parker, and northwest Tarrant County. With this cluster of storms, I wouldn't necessarily call this a supercell just yet, more so kind of a broken cluster of storms out near Pelican Bay at the moment, producing very heavy amounts of rain. A few spots in here could be getting to quarter-size hail as well, and maybe some winds 45 to 50 miles per hour. That cluster of storms is working northeast, so Justin, North Lake, Denton, up next for heavy rain, wind, and maybe a little bit of hail in that zone as well. Scrolling back down to the newest comments here about St. Louis for tomorrow. Not really a risk of severe weather tonight. Tomorrow, though, in St. Louis, you're probably going to be having supercells developing both west and south of you. There is going to be the chance for severe weather, including the opportunity for tornadoes. I would really zone in on a slightly higher corridor for tornadic activity south of St. Louis for tomorrow night. And that would also include southern Illinois in there as well. Let's see here. How does Nashville, Wisconsin look? Somebody said they had a tornado about 2 years ago in Christie, Wisconsin. So for tomorrow in Wisconsin, I would say the further south that you go, the higher risk for some strong winds. Here's the risk area that we can pull from the Storm Prediction Center. And this is tomorrow's outlook, categorical. So essentially, once you get up to about Bay City, Saginaw, Mount Pleasant, it's a low risk for anything becoming severe. Lansing, down to Detroit, Sterling Heights, Jackson, Marshall, Kalamazoo, Benton Harbor, that is a risk level 2 out of 5. And I do think this is where we may have an issue with some strong winds, very low tornado risk. So strong winds possible tomorrow in southern parts of Michigan, Ann Arbor as well. Maybe a risk for a brief spin-up tornado. And again, this is tomorrow night, but not a super high tornado risk. I would prepare above all else for some strong winds, so tying down any loose objects, as those storms start to begin to move through. A question about Norman and Moore, and about storms that are developing south and west of you. So now at the point of the night now where we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings from Texas all the way up into Oklahoma. I'm going to turn off the outlook for tomorrow because it looks very cluttered. And again, we can always turn that back on. But watching storms now southwest of Oklahoma City. And just like I thought, you had these two storms that were initially together, so to speak. It was a cluster of two supercells. And now you have the storm out near Duncan that's becoming a little bit more of a right mover. And then you also have the storm north of there near Rush Springs. And that one in particular is maturing as we speak and working its way just south of I-44 up to probably, let's say, Dibble, Blanchard, maybe into Norman within the next hour or so. So two storms to watch south and southwest of Oklahoma City. If I were in Moore, Norman, Valley Brook, I would say the storm I'd pay maybe a little bit more attention to would be this one out near Rush Springs. It has quarter-size hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour right now, which puts it just at base for severe. But regardless, it is heading in that direction. And the southern storm out near Duncan right now is probably going to be near Pauls Valley, up to Wayne and Purcell, also within the next hour to hour and a half. And then you do have more storms that are severe at the moment that are sort of along the front closer to Elk City and Clinton. Would not suspect we'd have any issues, at least in the next little while or much tonight at all, with those storms becoming severe to the point where we have to worry about golf ball size hail, anything like that, or much of a tornado threat. Let's see. Somebody said they're hoping that the hail comes and specifically hits their cars because they need to disappear. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Bigger hail issues tonight so far, at least, have been out across Texas and specifically southwest of Dallas. It's interesting because we've been watching a few supercells, and these storms in particular have produced some lime-size hail tonight and then sort of weakened a little bit as they were struggling with the cap and maybe now are starting to intensify just a little bit more. So let's kind of work our way from south to north with these severe storms, talking about each of them, putting a track on them, and then talking more about what's going to be happening tomorrow as well, with looking over some of the data. Let's start first with the storm that is severe out near Brownwood, Texas. This is the far southern storm along a broken line of supercells that we have out in central Texas. This one is east of Brownwood, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect until 10 o'clock. For Brown County, this is a base severe thunderstorm with 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail moving northeast at 30. So here's the track on this one, moving north and east at 30 miles per hour. You can see a little hail core on it. Southeast of Brownwood into the community of Democrat in the next 14 minutes, Newburgh in 35 minutes, and into Pottsville within the next 53 minutes. North of there, you have another severe storm that's producing some really big hail. So check this out. We'll stick with this storm for a little bit longer now. This storm is producing baseball-size hail and has a damage threat tag as destructive, which you don't see very often in severe storms. So this is sort of a big deal now. Let me just read you the text from the National Weather Service. severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10 o'clock for Erath and central Comanche counties. A severe thunderstorm was located over Dublin, moving northeast at 35. Okay, so this is a destructive storm now with baseball-size hail and winds to 65 miles per hour. Obviously, the reason the storm has a destructive tag on it is not for the wind, but more so for the hail. I mean, check this out. You have a very large hail core that is now essentially sitting over the community of Dublin. And this storm in particular, again, like we said, is moving to the north and northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So up next for some very damaging hail, this looks like a damaging hailstorm now, would be the small community of Alexander. Obviously, it's now getting into Cottonwood, Texas, as well as the small community of Harbin. At some point here in the next 20 minutes or less, this will cross over U.S. Highway 281 before going east into the community of Three-Way and Johnsville. Anybody out ahead of this very destructive storm is probably wanting to put their car or any other vehicle or anything they want protected inside of a protected area like a garage, because not only is this storm producing large to very large hail, you have a pretty wide swath as well of really big hail. So the hail core on this going from north to south is about 7.65 miles. So that is a large area of big hail and potentially hail up to about baseball size, if not a little bit bigger. And check out where you get almost this teal color that right now is showing up on radar to the west of Cottonwood and southwest of Cottonwood, right along East State Highway 6. This is a spot where you may be having hail now that is actually bigger than baseball size. So extremely large hail, getting near 3 inches. This is a destructive storm that is moving east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So here is the track on it, and we can kind of push this out pretty far just because we know this supercell has now overcome the cap and will probably stay severe here for the next little while. So into Claret in the next 19 minutes, Johnsville in the next 32 minutes, the community of Glass within the next 51 minutes, Walnut Springs in 56 minutes, Fort Spunky in 75 minutes. Now, again, it's not to say the severe storm will be producing baseball-sized hail that entire time, but regardless, you know, the storm is right now and it is headed in this direction. It may fluctuate a little bit, could weaken, could strengthen. Rio Vista in the next 100 minutes or so. So, you know, that's beyond about an hour and a half, but still out ahead of this storm, this very destructive storm that's producing this significant and damaging hail, you do have spots like Glen Rose, Grandview, Waxahachie. It's a while out, but yeah, I would be watching this one pretty closely because of the extremely damaging hail that you have on this. And at this time, just looking at the latest scans from radar, not really seeing any indication of the hail weakening or getting smaller in size. If anything, it is at least maintaining its strength. So big time hail coming through Dublin now, probably east of Dublin. That's coming along Highway 6, getting into Alexander and Selden. Also, this storm does have a tornado possible tag on it. Not the biggest issue right now. It's the hail that is the biggest issue, but you do have what appears to be at least some moderate rotation now on this storm. That is, again, you got the hail core up near Dublin, up near Cottonwood, and then south of there you do have some moderate rotation. This is near Highway 219, north of the small community of Purves and west of Alexander. So another sign of a strengthening supercell is you have the big hail, and then you do have a little bit of rotation now on this south of Dublin. So classic supercell thunderstorm where you have the big time hail, and then south of that you have the possible rotation and possible tornado that could be developing. So big hail on the north end, rotation possibly on the south end, undisturbed inflow coming into this storm. And obviously the threat of destructive hail is passing now south of Stephansville, More than likely, we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to come out ahead of this. I would suspect it's probably going to be drawn up like this, including Glen Rose and spots like Rio Vista. Boy, this is a storm you don't want to mess around with the extremely destructive hail on it. It's been a while since I've seen a tag this intense on a storm, on a severe storm with baseball-size hail, almost approaching 3 inches in diameter with the destructive tag on it. And then also, you have the tornado possible tag, which signifies the storm is maintaining its strength, if not strengthening a little bit, with some of that rotation in there starting to develop. The rotation is not strong enough where the National Weather Service is pulling the trigger on a tornado warning. But regardless, it is a very intense storm that we continue to watch. Obviously, storms that continue to pop up in Oklahoma we're watching as well. But for right this second, it is this storm that has all the attention in Texas, to the south of Stephenville and near east of Dublin now, the hail core east of Dublin with the tornado possible tag, baseball-sized hail, and the damage threat here under destructive. So if you know anybody who isn't watching the stream or maybe just isn't paying attention to the weather out ahead of this intense storm out near Glen Rose, I would probably give them a call, let them know that there is this very intense thunderstorm that is producing the extremely large to destructive hail, and will probably maintain its strength here for at least the next little while. Other storms that we're watching tonight, more storms starting to pop up again south and southwest of Oklahoma City that we'll get to in just a moment. We're briefly going to talk about this storm now that is northwest of Dallas-Fort Worth. Not super great in terms of maturing or reaching severe strength that is beyond base, which is quarter-size hail or 60-mile-per-hour winds. But regardless, you do have a severe storm out here near Eagle Mountain, northwest of DFW, near the Texas Motor Speedway, near North Lake, near Justin. This storm more than likely is just reaching severe criteria, if at all, but still a lot of heavy rain now moving northeast near Eagle Mountain, and again, near Justin, near Roanoke, heading north and east up towards Denton as well. We will see whether or not the National Weather Service chooses to continue the severe thunderstorm warning on that. If it weakens some, if it runs into capping issues, then they may just cancel the severe thunderstorm warning. Very busy now in Oklahoma with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. We just lost one. It expired west of Duncan, but we do have still 2 pronounced supercells that we're watching, and let's see if the hail size has increased at all on these. The storm near Duncan, that is actually now east of Duncan, still has quarter-size hail on it. It is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. There's likely going to be a small hail core in here as well, northeast of Duncan, south of the community of Bray, Oklahoma. Bray, you're getting a little bit of rain. Hail is headed your way, some small hail at least. And then north of there, another storm that is just base severe criteria, which means quarter-size hail as well on this one. And not even getting winds to 60 on this, but this is south of Chickasha and moving east now, about to cross over Highway 19. And on its current path, it will put it into the community of Tabler in the next 15 minutes or so. Not super concerned about either of these 2 storms southwest of Oklahoma City. They are, again, showing some signs of a little bit of hail up to quarter size, but again, not overly concerned about any developing tornado threat, any super destructive hail on this, or intense winds. We'll watch this. It could produce kind of a stormy night here across the Oklahoma City metro, more up to OKC, but a tornado threat with either of these 2 supercells in southern Oklahoma just not present at this time, and the hail isn't super large. Obviously, you don't want to be driving out and about in either of these storms, but hopefully it'll put your mind at ease a little bit that, at least for right now, these are not super intense. They're just sort of reaching severe criteria. And then the storms here west of Oklahoma City and western Oklahoma, all baseline severe, so just getting to the severe criteria with the storms west of Clinton, out near Elk City. These are running more due south to north versus southwest to northeast as compared to some of our other supercell thunderstorms that we have out there. But again, here's some of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribe area along Highway 47 and west of Canton, Oklahoma. You do have some severe weather storms that are just getting to that severe criteria with some winds probably in here up to about 50 miles per hour, maybe in a few select locations getting to 60 miles per hour, and some of that quarter-size hail in there as well. Further north of there, up to Enid, Oklahoma, another baseline severe storm just now coming into Enid. You may have a little bit of hail on the Enid storm and approaching North Enid up to a quarter size on this one, seeing some of the purples on reflectivity. No threat of a tornado at this time. And again, any of that hail core should not be all that wide, less than about a tenth of a mile or so. Still, this storm is just starting to get its act together, so we'll kind of see what happens as it moves north and east up into the community of Hunter. No severe storms now in Kansas. Another severe storm across southwest Iowa. This one is producing, again, some very small hail and the possibility of some gusty winds up to about 50 miles per hour near Clarendon, Iowa, and moving north and east. So that's just kind of a broad overview of all the storms that we have out there at the moment. And then getting back down to and spending most of our attention with the storm here in Texas that we're watching. This storm is still destructive. It's very, very impressive on radar. So let's turn on Fort Worth radar and look at this storm even closer. I would say within the past, let's see, 6-7 minutes as the scan has come through, the hail core is just as wide, which we measured it last time at about 7 miles or so. So we can kind of do the same here. And yeah, the hail core almost looks bigger, up to about almost 9 miles wide of extremely destructive hail. And sometimes with these really big hailers, I go down and I turn on a different product here. The hydrometeor classification is what it's called. And this does a good job. It takes it a step beyond the reflectivity and actually shows us how big the hail is by Doppler radar estimates. And we can sample some of these. And if you look up here at the top of your screen, well, that went away. But at the top of your screen here, you do have sort of it gives you a scale, an idea of how intense the hail could be. You do have severe hail, very large hail in some of the yellow. That is now east of Cottonwood, Texas, County Road 253, County Road 275, County Road 226 now just starting to get into very large hail. The community of Alexander as well. Some of that baseball size hail. The GH that you see here that's showing up on the scale, that is an indication of giant hail. That's what that stands for, an abbreviation for giant hail. So obviously some very giant hail and destructive hail that is now about to come into the community of Alexander, Texas. Eventually will cross over U.S. Highway 281 into the community of Three-Way, Johnsonville. These are small communities here, but big enough where you're going to get some substantial hail damage if this storm maintains its strength with some of the baseball-size hail, the very large hail, as it moves north and east. It'll probably not only cross over U.S. Highway 281, Highway 281, but eventually U.S. Highway 67 as well on its current path. And the most intense part of the storm that's producing the very destructive hail, as we mentioned a moment ago, is passing south of Stephansville. This storm also has a tornado possible tag on it, which just means there is rotation within the storm. The rotation is not intense enough to the point where we have to pull the trigger on a tornado warning. The Weather Service has to do that. But it just means we're sort of monitoring some of the rotation. And it does appear that the rotation has weakened a little bit. So that's why they didn't issue the tornado warning. It wasn't strong enough and it wasn't long enough here, the duration of it, to issue the tornado warning. Some broad scale rotation possibly ongoing here at this point within this storm east of Dublin. But the bigger issue is going to be the very, very large hail and destructive hail. If you have baseball size hail rolling through an area, it is obviously going to do a large amount of damage. The rest of the storms here in Texas are quarter size, winds to 60 miles per hour, just reaching that severe criteria. Loud, obnoxious, yes. Going to do a ton of damage, probably not. The storms out here in Oklahoma now are really getting going, so I want to spend some time on them. Not only is the hail increasing, but it does look like also, we're getting some of these damage threats that are getting into the considerable tag as well. So let's take a peek at what's going on, and we'll turn on the Frederick radar site from Frederick, Oklahoma, and spend some time with each of these storms, because now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that includes Oklahoma City. This includes Mustang. This includes Will Rogers International Airport. Tuttle, Bridge Creek does include Newcastle as well. It does not include Moore. This includes much of the I-44 corridor that runs from Chickasha northward towards Bridge Creek. And what happened here is initially these two storms were a cluster, so they were very close together. Then the southern storm that you're seeing out near Bray became a right mover, so it split away from its other parent storm, moved to the right, intensified further, and then the northern storm has gone off on its own as well and is now moving almost directly north, sort of northeastward towards Oklahoma City. And because these storms now have broken through the cap, because they are on their own in supercells, you're seeing the increase in hail size. So let's start first with the storm now that has passed near Chickasha, or just to the east of Chickasha, on the east side of Chickasha, golf ball size hail that is 1.75 inches. Because of that, it gets a considerable damage tag. And per the National Weather Service, just reading the text off this, the Plano Bland text, it is a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Grady, southwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Cleveland, southeastern Canadian, and northwestern McLean County until 10:30 with that golf ball size hail that was reported by emergency management in Chickasha. And looking at the speed on this, the storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So here's a track, and we're going to get this storm into the Oklahoma City metro as well. So latest timing on this is coming into, we're going to do that one more time on the track. But obviously this storm will impact the Oklahoma City metro. We told you if we could get a storm to form southwest of Oklahoma City, it would pose an issue for the metro. Sort of exactly what's happening with this storm that is out near Chickasha right now. And the current time of arrival, estimated time of arrival, puts it into Bridge Creek in the next 22 minutes, Tuttle in the next 29, Valley Brook in 52 minutes, Bethany in 54 minutes, into Woodland Park in the next 54 minutes, Oklahoma City 56 minutes, and War Acres in the next 58 minutes. So we'll call that 1 hour. And the biggest issue right now is a destructive hailstorm east of Chickasha riding straight north to north, a little bit of a northeast component, but more so due north, coming into Bridge Creek, coming into Mustang, and like I said, Will Rogers World Airport within the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. So that's a big storm, and it's producing some big time hail as well. We'll track this one as it gets up into Oklahoma City and the OKC metro here in the near term. The other storm that's producing some big hail, golf ball size hail, is this storm out near Bray. Here is the plain bland text from the Weather Service. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Grady and northeastern Stephens County. That's in effect until 10:30. This storm moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, and golf ball size hail reported on it as well. Where's the hail core at the moment? It is just north of the small community of Hope, Oklahoma. You get some of these small kind of almost dirt roads in here as well. And then you do have Highway 29 that runs east here, east of Bray, where you have the very big hail, that teal color, that blue. That is on County Road 2960, so 2960, out near County Road 2960, and just to the southwest of Lake Fuga here. Don't think I pronounced that one right. I apologize. But obviously, point being, very large destructive hail in here, closer to County Road 2960 that runs east of County Road 2910 is where you have the hail core at the moment, and likely some baseball-size hail. Severe thunderstorm warning polygon does include Foster as well. And here's a track on this one, the southern storm, as it moves northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Baseball-size hail on this. Wind not an issue. No evidence of a tornado at this point, but we do have spots like Neal in the next 38 minutes being impacted by this story in the next 43 minutes, Maysville in the next 48 minutes, Steele in the next 52 minutes, and Wayne, the community of Wayne, within the next 56 minutes. So those are the two most destructive storms that we have ongoing out across Oklahoma. And we're really watching the storm out near Chickasha as it starts to move into the Oklahoma City metro, producing that large to extremely large hail in there. It is probably going to sustain itself in terms of intensity with hail for a little longer, and more than likely we're going to have some hail issues into the Oklahoma City metro very soon. So tornado threat for OKC metro is not necessarily something that is happening right now. We don't have any tornado warned storms, but we do have some very destructive hail, golf ball size hail, that is now near Chickasha, east of Chickasha actually, but still sort of impacting spots like Friend Road, Miller Road in Chickasha, out near the community of Tabler, running along US Highway 62 there that runs east. Very big hail. And this also actually runs parallel for a little while along I-44 east of Chickasha. And the storm is moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So this northern storm is moving a tiny bit faster, I think, than the southern storm as it's split away from it and has more of that northern component. There's an update on radar. Got a new scan in. So hail core is still evident with the new scan. I would say it's maybe shrunk a tiny little bit compared to where it was as it was near on the east side of Chickasha. But obviously you still probably have some quarter to maybe golf ball size hail in this storm. Look at what I mean. You can see how we lost a little bit of the hail core with the latest scan and the new scan that came in as that storm runs along I-44 east of Amber and is now starting to come into Bridge Creek. So hail maybe not quite as intense. Maybe it's gone down a notch in the intensity of the hail. So possibly not as many or as widespread golf ball size hailstones in there. Possibly a few, but more so quarter up to, let's say, golf ball in there. A few isolated golf ball stones. Still a big issue coming into Bridge Creek in terms of hail and Tuttle as well. Out ahead of this, you have Will Rogers World Airport. That's probably going to be creating some delays with flights as that whole storm begins to move and sort of lift in your direction. Another supercell thunderstorm now that is strengthened near Lindsay and west of Maysville, Oklahoma. So you have sort of three supercells in this vicinity. You have supercell number 1 north of Chickasha, supercell number 2 east of Bray, and then now developing supercell number 3 that is east of Lindsay and west of Maysville along Highway 19, and a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued on this one for quarter-sized hail. Let's read the text from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service saying a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Garvin, eastern Cleveland, west central Pottawatomie, and southwestern McLean County until 10:45 on this storm. And yes, for right now, the hail size is mainly only up to quarters, which is just sort of at the low end of the severe criteria. But I do think if this storm can remain semi-discrete, it has undisturbed inflow coming into it. which actually, this sort of makes sense. This makes sense now as to why the Chickasha storm weakened a little bit. The hail core is not quite as expansive. You may not be getting quite as many baseball-sized hailstones in here, or rather golf ball. The reason being is the inflow into this storm is disturbed because of the new storm that's starting to intensify out near Lindsay and Maysville, and it has a new severe thunderstorm warning on it. So think of it as the energy for this storm out near Chickasha and Bridge Creek is being stolen from the storm here near Maysville. And so as long as the inflow is sort of disturbed, I don't know that we'll see a ton of strengthening, at least immediately, with the Bridge Creek Amber storm. We may see some strengthening here out with the Maysville storm. And because it's new and because it's just sort of gone up, we can go ahead and put a track on it for you. And the speed is pretty similar to most of the other storms out there today in Oklahoma. Northeast at 45 miles per hour. So here is some approximate times of arrival. Into Story in the next 3 minutes, Maysville in the next 10 minutes, Wayne in 18 minutes. What we're tracking is the potential for a few quarter-size hailstones and winds 30 to 40 miles per hour. Lexington, Oklahoma in the next 23 minutes, Willowview in the next that would be into Willowview in the next 29 minutes, Utah in the next 39 minutes, Burnett in the next 45 minutes, Anderson 47 minutes, Pink, if it holds itself together, within the next 50 minutes. And so that is with the Lindsay storm. And then you also have a storm that is south of there, this one out near Foster and Bray, Oklahoma, that is producing some golf ball size hail. Check this out. We're starting to see more of these lavender colors popping back up. That is to the just west of Goat Road. And because of the lavender colors, that leads me to believe that the golf ball size hail tag on this might be verifying in a couple different spots. One of those, again, just north of 29 Highway and west of 76 Highway out near County Road 3020. That's where there could be some golf ball size hail or a little bit bigger. And then another spot of some golf ball size hail possibly out near Cox City and Bailey. So that's what we have going on in terms of the three supercells that are across central back into southwest Oklahoma that we continue to track at the moment. They are big hail producers, not so much tornado producers so far. We've seen a little rotation out there with some of the storms, but obviously not enough so to warrant a tornado warning. And so because of that, the biggest issue in the near term, I think, with both the storms in Oklahoma and in Texas is going to be the possibility of some large and destructive hail. Severe thunderstorm warning with a storm out across western Oklahoma, getting into central Oklahoma. This storm near Clinton, it's producing quarter-size hail. And then another storm north of Enid, hail size has gone up on this one as well a little bit, so it's worth taking a peek at. We're now at $half size hail, so we'll look at Wichita radar from this one. And you do probably have at least a few $half size hailstones that are falling near Kremlin, east of the community of Kremlin, and then west of Hunter. With this storm, it is moving to the northeast at 35, so a little slower than the central Oklahoma storms, and producing, like I said, $half size hail. So let's put a track on this. It's moving northeast at 35. Again, if you're just joining, you're looking now at where we are on a map. This is the northern Oklahoma storm that is near Enid, North Enid, and it has some $half size hail on it. It's moving north and east to Salt Fork in the next 23 minutes, Eddy in the next 39 minutes, Blackwell within the next 56 minutes. So wanted to briefly talk about that storm as well. Also, anybody watching out across parts of Kansas, and again, we'll get back down to those Oklahoma and Texas storms, but we have folks watching from all over. So I want to at least mention there is a severe storm now in the Kansas City metro, actually north and east of KC. This one is out near Plattsburgh and near Turney, and it has some quarter-size hail on it. The text has the quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving northeast at 35 miles per hour for central Clinton and Clay counties. So let's go ahead and briefly put a track on this one as it moves north and east. A little bit slower than some of those Oklahoma storms. I think this one might have a little bit of room to strengthen as well into Turnley in the next 24 minutes and Mirabel in the next 35 minutes, and that is north of Kansas City. That one cell is kind of split away from the main cluster of storms that's working through the KC metro, and that's why I think it's become severe out near, again, spots like Plattsburgh and in Platte County. Back down to what's happening with our main area of severe weather, ranging from Oklahoma down into Texas. The storm, by the way, in Texas that was producing that gigantic hail has, I wouldn't even say weakened, but the hail size has fluctuated a little bit. It's down to lime size. Still, that is extremely damaging. I'm going to look through some questions now because I haven't done that in a little bit and answer some of those. Let's see. Questions about Oklahoma City area. Okay, we'll go back up to Oklahoma City in just a second. Let's see. Questions about Chickasha. Somebody said they had golf ball size hail in Chickasha. I absolutely believe that, since we had a confirmed report of that, and you're confirming that to us as well. Any tornado threat west of Fort Worth. We do have a severe thunderstorm northwest of Fort Worth. It's on the lower end of the intensity scale, meaning it's producing some quarter-size hail. I don't see a tornado threat anytime soon in the near future for Dallas or Fort Worth or for DFW. I see a few questions here about Denton, DFW. Strong storms in your vicinity, yes. Severe storms, a couple. Tornado threat, not something that is taking place right now or I see happening in the near term. Anything in Joplin tonight? I do think Joplin has a threat, and much of southwest Missouri has a threat for some damaging wind gusts overnight tonight as a line of storms move through past 2 a.m. I think more than likely it's just going to be that. Some strong wind gusts. The tornado threat across southwest Missouri is pretty low for tonight. Somebody just asked about Kansas City. We just talked about KC. There is a line of thunderstorms that is working through Kansas City. It's weakened a little bit. You do have some storms out near Lee Summit down to Belton, Lewisburg. Those are non-severe. They're moving over into the Missouri side. And then we do have one severe storm out near Plattsburgh that's producing quarter-size hail with winds up to 60 miles per hour. The rest of the KC Metro is doing just fine. More questions about El Reno up to the more storms. So let's drop back down into this, and we'll spend some time with the storms that are now starting to work into Oklahoma City and southwest Oklahoma City. Notice how we have 3 supercells, and both of them are pronounced in their own ways. You have the supercell that's coming into Bridge Creek and Tuttle. You also have the supercells that are just southwest of Purcell. There's a supercell there, and another supercell that is northwest of Elmore City. So you got 1, 2, 3 supercells that we're watching, and I think the best way to do this is sort of jump between each of them and track them each out, starting with the supercell that is near Bridge Creek. This is golf ball size hail on this storm. And winds that are less than 50 miles per hour, so not quite reaching severe criteria. That tells us, obviously, the only reason why this storm is severe warned at the moment is because of the very large and destructive golf ball size hail on it. That is, right now, the hail core itself is coming into Bridge Creek, specifically in the vicinity of Bridge Creek Road. You have the hail core running from, let's say, Bridge Creek Road all the way out to Bridge Creek, and then also into Sand Rock Road. Actually, newest scan that just came in from radar a second ago shows the hail core now just to the north and northwest of Bridge Creek. It's crossing over Rabbit Road. Here is Frisco Road. So between where Frisco Road and Rabbit Road sort of overlap, that's where you have the biggest hail at the moment. This, for reference, is south and east of Tuttle, Rock Creek Road there. So if you know this area, southeast of Tuttle, that's where we have the biggest hail, the possibility of some golf ball size hail. We can actually take it one step further and look at the hydrometeor classification, a fancy word for let's have Doppler radar dissect this for us and show us where the biggest hail is. And sort of in that main area that I talked about where you're seeing the red now is where we have some of the very large and destructive hail. So one spot may be actually showing up near Tuttle, downtown Tuttle. You could have some very large hail in here as well. So let's zoom in even closer. Doppler radar is showing some large hail, possibly quarter to golf ball size hail that is over Tuttle High School right now. West Elm Street, getting up into, it looks like, Engleburston Lane. You have some of the very large hail that's showing up here. Doppler radar indicating that as well. We've seen it too with some of the reflectivity. So that's concerning if we have large hail anywhere, but really large hail right now, getting closer and closer to the Oklahoma City metro area. So we'll have to watch this pretty closely. It is tracking north and it's tracking northeast. Its inflow has been choked off just a little bit as it moves north and northeast, but not enough so where the hail core has weakened at all. So this is a serious situation for the Oklahoma City metro in terms of hail. We're not concerned about a tornado threat at the moment, but you do have a storm that is capable of producing golf ball size hail right now that is moving into the Oklahoma City metro. It's over Tuttle at the moment. It's moving northeast into Mustang. Will Rogers World Airport is up next. And then the most intense part of the storm, where the hail core is, might actually pass just to the west of Oklahoma City, between about Yukon and Bethany. So if you're in that area, you want to prepare for some pretty large and also destructive hail coming into that zone. Let's turn back on our reflectivity, and I want to track out this storm in particular that is coming into Oklahoma City. This storm that is running more north instead of northeast has been a little bit quicker at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So here we go, and here is just a rough estimate into Oklahoma City in the next 25 minutes. So we might have some large hail coming into Oklahoma City in the next 25 minutes, spots like Yukon before that, or roughly around that time. And El Reno, question about El Reno. So right now, El Reno is going to be staying to the west of this severe storm. The one that we're tracking that's coming into Oklahoma City, you should be okay. That supercell will stay east of you. But once you get out to Yukon, Mustang, Oklahoma City, Tuttle being impacted right now, those are going to be the spots where you probably have the biggest issues with some hail. Boy, look at these other storms that are due south of Oklahoma City, out near Slaughtersville. Tag only says quarter size hail. I have a feeling right now that we're getting slightly larger hail than that. So we talked about this Oklahoma City storm, storm number 1. We will come back up to it in just a second and see if we can pull a live camera from Oklahoma City as that storm gets closer. But let's spend some time on the storms that are actually directly south of Oklahoma City instead of southwest. This storm has been rapidly developing to the west of Wayne and west of Purcell within the past 20 minutes or so. And you have a pretty pronounced hail core in here. Pink may not be the best color to highlight with that. We'll change this to blue. You have a pretty pronounced hail core in there west of Wayne. The tag says quarter size hail. I have a feeling the hail is probably getting now to the point where it may be a little bit larger than that. So let's get a fresh track on that and show you where this storm is headed. And we'll give you as much lead time as possible and show the storm moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So Purcell, I would expect some $half size hail in 14 minutes, Lexington in 15 minutes, Willowview in 23 minutes, up to Slaughterville in the next 24 minutes, Pink in the next 45 minutes as well, Macomb in 45 minutes. And yeah, absolutely. Now the hail is larger than quarter size. We're waiting probably for the National Weather Service to update the text on this, but you definitely have a hail core in here that is south of Wayne. You can absolutely see some of the very almost teal-like blue colors that are starting to show up here. And that is an indication that you have some possibly gigantic hail in here that is to the south and southwest of Wayne along 120th Street, where 120th Street runs north there up to about 130th Street. This zone, that's where you also have the very big hail. So this is a unfolding situation. The National Weather Service, again, says quarter-size hail with this. I think it's definitely bigger than that at this point. Up next for the destructive hail, large hail, is going to be the community of Wayne. If you're in that area, you know anybody in that area, let me know how big the hail is that runs through you and comes through that vicinity, because obviously National Weather Service is probably looking for reports as well. The tag is at quarter size for this. I have a feeling it is maybe a little bit bigger than that. I would say $50 to golf ball size hail within that supercell. And then you have a storm south of there as well. This one near Wallville and Purdy. It has some ping pong ball size hail according to the text from the Weather Service. I would say it's maybe a little lower than that at this point. $50 size from Purdy northward. What's happening is you have two supercells that are almost fighting for energy here. These two. And it looks like now the northern storm is winning. Both of them have almost completely undisturbed inflow. But for right now, it looks like the northern storm is winning. And you do have some extremely intense hail. I would estimate up to $50 size, if not a little bit bigger, coming into the community of Wayne. So those are our three central and southern Oklahoma supercells. The storms out across Texas are still pretty severe, and I do want to get down to those quickly because I know there have been a lot of folks in the comments who are in Texas. So let me talk about this, and then I'll pull out for a second and get back to answering some of your questions because I know there are still quite a few. Turning on radar now from Fort Worth, you have two distinct supercell thunderstorms. One south of Stephenville, another out here west of Hamilton, and both of these storms are producing big hail. The storm that is to the north is probably producing hail that might be a little bit bigger, despite the fact that it looks slightly less organized. The National Weather Service says that there may be some lime-size hail in here. Where are we finding that lime-size hail? I think close to Claret, Texas, and then coming into Johnsonville, Texas, three-way. This is your hail core in here, and it's working north and northeast, where there may be some lime-size hail, which is big. That is 2-inch hail. Lime size is 2-inch hail in this zone. And now a severe thunderstorm warning for the community of Glen Rose. This has a considerable tag on it, and it's moving east at 30 miles per hour. So here's the track on this lime-size hail thunderstorm out near Glen Rose and Stephenville, east at 30. And here are some approximate, not exact, times of arrival. Coming into Walnut Springs in 40 minutes, into Brazos Point in the next 56 minutes. The good news is with some of these Texas storms, we've had time to watch these coming. They've been moving a little bit slower. Storms west of Hamilton also moving east at about 30 with some quarter-size hail. Here's a track on this one coming into Hamilton in the next 37 minutes, Whiteway in the next 55 minutes, and points east of there from then on. So big hail on the Texas storms, some very big hail as well on our Oklahoma storms. And so far throughout this evening, no tornado warnings yet. So let me go back through and answer some of your questions. If you have them, I will answer them to the best of my ability. Let's see. I'm seeing a lot of questions about Tennessee. I will get to that part of what's happening tomorrow at some point. Priority here is going to be with the storms that are taking place right this second. And then we will take a look at tomorrow when things start to settle down a little bit. Let's see. And I'm just reading back through some of your comments. Quite a few of them asking about Oklahoma. And then also asking about parts of Kansas as well. Is there going to be a tornado in Claremore, Texas? Right now, there is no sign of a tornado anywhere in the state of Oklahoma. Even in those severe thunderstorm warnings, there's not enough rotation in any of them to pull the trigger on a tornado warning. No threat of a tornado in Claremore, Oklahoma. Let's see. Any risk of tornadoes in the Tulsa area? I do think by the time storms get to Tulsa, they're going to be into more so of a line. And so because of that, that lowers the risk of tornadoes, but increases the risk of some damaging wind gusts and some hail a little bit more for Tulsa. Is Northwest Arkansas going to be an issue? For right now, no. There's not a huge threat of severe weather tonight there. Maybe, Fort Smith up to Bella Vista. There could be some strong storms, but the tornado watch is pretty far west of there. Can't rule it out, though. Can't a tornado be produced in less than a minute, though? Taylor asked, and it's a good question. Short answer, yes. But, in a situation like this where we have not only my eyes, but also the National Weather Service's eyes, a whole lot of other storm chasers out there, more than likely we're going to get some notice and we're going to see the rotation developing on a night like tonight, especially in a place like Oklahoma where all eyes are watching storms. So for right now, pretty comfortable saying, we're not at a point where we have a huge tornado risk or any storms that are worthy at this point of issuing a tornado warning. So we're watching it. If anything changes, we'll go right to that. Will this be going to DFW? So right now it looks like DFW kind of split between a few different thunderstorms that have gone severe warned. You have the severe storms down near Glen Rose, those have been producing up to lime-size hail, and then another severe storm that is in the Metroplex at the moment. This one, though, mainly north of both Dallas and Fort Worth. It's near Denton, and the hail size has gone up on this a little bit. So you have a couple of clusters of storms northwest of Dallas-Fort Worth, sort of in the Metroplex, Denton included on this, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That is in place at the moment. Let me read the text on this just so you know. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for southeastern Wise, Denton County, Northwest Tarrant County until 11:15, and this does have some half-dollar size hail on it. If I were to estimate where the half-dollar size hail was, or some of the bigger hail, probably in the vicinity of Bartonville and Copper Canyon, west of Hickory Creek, south of Corinth. But to be honest, I don't really see a huge hail core signature on either of these storms in DFW, near either Denton or the storm northwest of Saginaw. Definitely some very heavy and torrential amounts of rain. And then, of course, the possibility of some strong winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, and a little hail. Back up to the storms in Oklahoma. A lot of these storms, let me quickly, because I do have a few questions about Missouri and Kansas. Let me touch on that. So we've had a few isolated severe thunderstorm warnings up here near Kansas City. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for this storm that doesn't look all that impressive on it, out near Harrisonville and south of Pleasant Hill. And this one may be producing a little wind, 40 to 50 miles per hour, some small hail in there too. Technically, the National Weather Service in Kansas City, Pleasant Hill, has a severe thunderstorm warning for central Cass and west central Johnson County, Missouri, not Kansas, until 11 o'clock. The storms here, this one that is severe warned, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So you do have some heavy amounts of rain west of Harrisonville, south of Pleasant Hill, south of Lake Winnebago, south of Belton, and pretty far away from Kansas City itself. But we'll keep an eye on those storms, and the storms in Nebraska and Iowa are non-severe. Watching storms near Wichita, those are not severe at the moment either. So we'll keep watching Kansas, the KC area, a lot of questions about there pretty closely. But for right now, the only storm that is severe warned in and around KC is the storm out near Harrisonville, south of Pleasant Hill, and including Johnson County, Missouri, not Kansas. So with that being said, let's take a peek here at the storms back in Oklahoma. And you do have, quite a bit of severe weather that's taking place. National Weather Service still says quarter-size hail with this storm out near Purcell that's moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. If anybody is in Purcell or knows somebody in Purcell who is able to take a peek at the hail size, I would be curious because I think the hail size might be a little bit bigger than that. And then our storm in Oklahoma City is now producing tennis ball size hail. So this has gone up. We have, a very destructive storm now that is producing tennis ball size hail in Oklahoma City. Looking at some of your comments, I think this will be a good place to do a little bit more of an in-depth analysis with this storm. Question about Overland Park, Kansas. Right now, doesn't look like there will be any additional severe storms there tonight. All of it is east of you, crossed over state line. But boy, Oklahoma City, big hailstorm now taking place. Hail core on this is not very wide. It only goes, a few miles across, 2 miles across, but this is producing tennis ball size hail at this point. Where in Oklahoma City is this happening? Right now, this is just crossed over Interstate 344. It is along Southwest 29th Street. It's about to run up to Southwest 15th Street and then likely cross and ride right along Interstate 40 there, west of Oklahoma, west of downtown Oklahoma City. So big time hail. Notice the really deep lavender colors here that have just crossed north of Interstate 344 and riding right along Southwest 29th Street, impacting Southwest 33rd Street as well. South Morgan Road impacted by this. Very large, destructive hail. Not a super big hailstorm. It is compact, but the hail size has increased on this to tennis ball size hail. And the storm itself, this storm that we're watching with the destructive tennis ball size hail, is moving to the north. It is going to be impacting Bethany, War Acres on its current path, the Village, Nicholas Hills, maybe as far north as Edmond here in the next half hour or so. In fact, let's put a track on this. This storm now honestly is moving more so directly north versus northeast. But here we go. This is a track on it. And you have a intense hailstorm coming into Bethany in the next 9 minutes, War Acres in the next 12 minutes, Nicholas Hills in the next 17 minutes, the Village even sooner than I had thought in the next 18 minutes or so. And big time hailstorm now that has rolled through Mustang and is about to cross over I-40 and come into West Reno Avenue up to Northwest 18th Street, Northwest 10th Street, Northwest 11th Street, Bethany Behavioral Health, the Buy for Less Shopping Center right there near Northwest 23rd Street. Again, these are all areas that are about to be impacted by this really, really big hail. Tennis ball size hail on this storm. And it does look like now they've gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for where this storm is headed next. So they've, pushed the severe thunderstorm warning polygon out further north and east to include areas as far north as Guthrie and the community of Meridian. And the hail size has come down a little bit now on this to ping pong ball size hail. And that's, how it goes is sometimes you get a storm or a supercell thunderstorm that all of a sudden flares up. You get the really big hail like we just saw. And then the next scan, the hail comes down a little bit. So that's the point of tracking these as they happen, is getting out the real-time information. So hail size has gone down just a bit, but still you have ping pong ball size hail that's coming into Bethany and is officially in the Oklahoma City metro area. But, this could easily fluctuate and give us another shot at some hail that gets up to 2 inches or bigger, depending on what happens next. I do think that this Oklahoma City storm, the inflow is being choked off just a little bit by the storms to the south, out near Slaughterville, out near Maysville, that are also producing some big hail. And that's why maybe we've seen some fluctuation in some of the hail sizes with the Oklahoma City storm. But regardless, it is a supercell and it has the potential here in the near term to continue producing hail and wind. Look at these storms now. It's time we start paying attention to the storms across western Oklahoma. For a little while, they were just producing, some quarter-size hail, barely getting up to that quarter-size hail criteria. But now we have storms that are producing half-dollar size hail out near Weatherford. And so let me first read the text off to you. We'll track it and find where the hail core is. Tonight is the night of issues with hail for sure. So a severe thunderstorm warning for Caddo County until 10:45 with this 60 miles per hour and half-dollar size hail. North of there, we have another storm with half-dollar size hail, same little cluster. And this one also producing wind gusts and, like I said, half-dollar size hail. The severe thunderstorm warning itself is for northwestern Caddo, eastern Custer, and southwestern Blaine counties until 10:45. And one thing I want to point out is these storms that are developing out near Weatherford and giving us some of that half-dollar size hail are also becoming more linear in fashion. And so what that means is as we go through the night, this line of storms, it's a cluster right now, embedded supercell structures, but more than likely this will become an overnight line of storms that heads northeast and impacts Tulsa up to southwest Missouri. I did have some questions about Joplin and that area. It's this line of storms that we have forming out here, out across western Oklahoma, that we'll watch because that could become our primary line heading into the overnight hours tonight. And that could produce less of a tornado risk, northeast Oklahoma, southwest Missouri, but more of a risk possibly with some high winds there, reaching 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour. Just looking through your questions, we'll get back to the Oklahoma City area. Another question about Kansas City. So right now, Kansas City, I'm willing to give the all clear to for the near term here for the threat of severe weather. It does look like areas south of Kansas City have a better risk of strong to severe storms. We have one cell that looks healthy-ish, not all that impressive compared to our Texas and Oklahoma storms, but out near Harrisonville, getting into Kingsville, Holden. This is south of Pleasant Hill that may be producing a little quarter-sized hail as it heads north and east, and maybe some wind gusts, 45 to 50 miles per hour, a few isolated spots, perhaps getting up to 60 miles per hour in there as well. A ton of severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. No tornado warnings, which is the good news. But obviously the most destructive storms are the ones that are producing the hail tonight. And the biggest hail so far has been across parts of Texas as well, and then getting into Oklahoma. So here's our Oklahoma City storm. This is cutting across west Oklahoma City. And let's turn our radar back on. Ping pong ball size hail on this storm that is about to come into Bethany. So this is the one that we've kind of been tracking, producing some of the large to very large hail. It's crossing north of I-40 at the moment. And you can see where we have the deeper purple colors. That's an indication of where we have the large to very large hail near Northwest 14th Street, Northwest 8th Street, Northwest 10th Street, getting into Northwest 23rd Street as well. There's an update on the radar. So let's get rid of our highlighter for a second and show you where the hail core is now. It is, I would say, increased a little bit, not in intensity, but size perhaps. Notice how we have our hail core running from near War Acres and all the way south to about Northwest 16th Street. So now we have a hail core with this Oklahoma City storm that is stretching almost 3 miles in length. So that is, probably producing some issues out there. Ping pong ball size hail is definitely enough to damage cars. Isn't quite there in terms of damaging roofs of homes and such, but ping pong ball size hail is definitely going to be creating some issues when it comes to cars, anybody driving out there. So here's a fresh track, and we'll put this at 40 miles per hour, give you some lead time into the Village in the next 9 minutes. So now this is a pretty populated area too. So I would say this storm not only is one of the storms that is producing some of the bigger hail that we're tracking out there tonight, but also is in a more populated zone. Look at what happened to our storms, our supercells, that as of 15 minutes ago, were doing pretty well in terms of how they looked out near Slaughterville. This whole area is now forming into a cluster. So we're getting now into the time of the night, 10:30, 11 o'clock, where we're going to start to see less in the way of supercells and more in the way of some of these storm clusters as you get the cold front / dry line catching up to some of the storms that we have out there already. It forces the storms almost to become linear in nature. So getting deeper into the evening, we lose a little bit more of the tornado risk, which wasn't super high to begin with, and then gain maybe more of a damaging wind threat. But for right now, ping pong ball size hail is the storm in Oklahoma City. That's what we're getting out of it. And it is definitely, at least in Oklahoma right now, one of the two strongest storms. So one that is right now happening in Oklahoma City, rolling through the west side of Oklahoma City. So I'd be curious to see what storm chasers are reporting, what they're seeing. Here is the latest text from the National Weather Service. Right now, they're saying this is radar indicated with the ping pong ball size hail that is just crossed east and northeast of Bethany. That is coming into Northwest 50th Street. Here again is, if you're familiar with this area at all, this is Alliance Health right in here that is just south of Northwest 58th Terrace. And then eventually this will come up to Northwest 63rd Street, running parallel to Highway 3. And we can actually get an even tighter. So where is the hail core at the moment in West Oklahoma City? So it is most likely over Northwest 54th Street, Northwest 56th Street, Northwest 59th Street. Here is Highway 3. This is Highway 3. And again, this hail core itself is pretty compact. It isn't super wide. It is about 2 miles running from north to south, which is just big enough. If you're driving through it, feels like it's taking forever probably to drive through it. I'm going to take a peek here for just a second and see if we're able to pull any cameras from Oklahoma City. I know that there are storm chasers out there. I would be curious to see if we can pull any cameras that we have at the moment. And here's a camera. Let's see. This one is from near West Britain Street, near the Village, and near Nicholas Hills. So getting this one up for you. I'll make it full screen here if I can. And you can see the rain coming down. We might even be able to see a little bit of hail in this as well. So this is out near the Village and Nicholas Hills and the Village. So here's the Village, Nicholas Hills. The camera that we're looking at right now is located right about here. And so we are going to show you this. And also, this is going to be the spot that is going to get some pretty big hail in here. And looking at the camera, you do have... by the way, this is courtesy of the Oklahoma Transportation. But as we look at this camera and the angle here, you're obviously getting the very heavy amounts of rain that are starting to come down. And probably here in the next 2 to 3 minutes, you'll start to see some of the hail falling. So I'm going to keep an eye on this on the side. And when we start to see some of that large hail falling, I'll pull the camera back. But regardless, now coming into the Village and Nicholas Hills is where we have some of the hail, ping pong ball size hail. I will say within the latest scan, to me at least, it doesn't look like the hail core is quite as expansive. We can go ahead and turn on our a product here that is called hydrometeor classification. And sometimes this does a better job than just looking at the colors on reflectivity, at least in my opinion. And it does show the hail size has maybe come down a tiny bit on this as it approaches Nicholas Hills, the Village, Uptown Market. Right along 74 Highway, the hail size maybe not quite as impressive or as big, maybe less in the way of ping pong ball size hail and more in the way of quarter to $half size hail. But regardless, still have a fairly compact storm that is now moving through the northwest side of Oklahoma City and coming into the Village. So we'll keep an eye on this. Yeah, as I'm just kind of talking out loud and looking at this storm, it almost looks like it's starting to fall apart a little bit. It doesn't really have that look to it anymore. Coming into the Village in Edmond, probably still getting quarter to $half size hail. We'll see how long it lasts. But I would say the threat of destructive hail, yeah, there they go. Look at that. The National Weather Service now saying they've dropped the hail size down to quarter size. They're seeing what I'm seeing as well. They're dropping it down to quarter size on this. So obviously still a lot of heavy rain coming to the Village in Edmond, but this storm is rapidly weakening. So it was probably at its peak as it rolled through Mustang, Yukon, Bethany, and then now it is weakening really quickly. Now, we don't really have many supercells out there, at least in Oklahoma. We do have several storm clusters. We have 1, 2, you could argue this is a third storm cluster up here, which means we're going to be shifting away from the extremely large hail tonight and talking more so about the wind threat, at least in Oklahoma. Down across Texas, we have storms that, to me, honestly, don't look all that impressive either. The storms, at least that we're seeing north and northwest of Dallas and Fort Worth, there's a little hail, quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour. That's rolling across Highland Village into Little Elm, Oak Point, south of Denton. Honestly, I would say this storm is struggling to maintain its severe strength north and northwest of Dallas, Fort Worth. Both of these storms, the storm near Gainesville and Valley View, I know the tag says this one has $half size hail, the Gainesville Valley View storm, but honestly, it does not look like it is all that impressive on radar. How about the storms down across central Texas? Those storms we'll check on as well. These look a little better organized and are still producing some of the larger hail that we have out here. In fact, let's take a peek at this storm that has now passed to the south of Stephenville. It has definitely been a storm of interest through tonight. It has stayed severe for quite some time. And at the moment, the National Weather Service is still saying there is lime-sized hail in here approaching Glen Rose. I'm having a hard time seeing it on velocity, so pulling up the hydrometeor classification, fancy word for the hail detector, and it does absolutely look now like southeast of Stephenville, south of 67 Highway, east of 281, you do have some pretty big hail in here up to ping pong ball size as that area of storms moves east. So here's what I'm talking about. It's this storm in here, southeast of Stephenville, west of Walnut Springs, where you probably do have the large ping pong ball size hail. And it is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. The storms in Texas tonight have been moving a little bit slower than some of the other storms that we have out there. But regardless, we can track this out and show you that, yes, indeed, there is some hail on this coming into Brazos Point in the next 35 minutes, Blum in the next 55 minutes, Rio Vista in the next 60 minutes, and then another area of severe storms with $half size hail as well that stretches from Hicko down to about Hamilton. And these also are moving east as well. I would say the further south you get, the less of a northeast component and more of a due east component. So tracking these out for you, $half size hail likely to come into Hamilton, Texas in the next 6 minutes, and then Clifton, Texas within the next 60 minutes or so. So right now, again, there are at least right now, no active tornado warnings, a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings. We're starting to lose a part of the night where we're getting the supercells and getting more into the time of night where we're looking at more of a damaging wind threat and the wind threat increasing. And because we're losing the supercells, it probably means that more than likely the hail threat will eventually start to decrease as well. Sorry, I'm kind of lagging. I'm looking back through some of your comments here as well, seeing what I can answer. And let's take a peek. Kingston, Oklahoma, Denton, Texas. So we'll go to Oklahoma in a second. Somebody said it was only dime-sized hail in the village in Nicholas Hill. So actually, thank you for letting me know about that. That completely makes sense. The way that storm fell apart on radar, it looked like it was producing a lot of bigger hailstones just before it got to the villages in Nicholas Hills. And then, it fell apart. I think it's still, we still have some very minor capping issues out there tonight. And I'm looking at the camera from that area and I saw the heavy rain. I didn't see the hail. How is Denton looking tonight? So right now, Denton's still kind of in and out of it when it comes to the heavy rain. However, once we can get some of these showers and thunderstorms, in fact, Denton just lost the severe thunderstorm warning. Those storms have weakened now to the point where the National Weather Service has opted not to re-extend the severe thunderstorm warning for the showers and storms moving through just south and east of Denton. But Denton, you're obviously getting heavy amounts of rain soon and some gusty winds, 20 to 30 miles per hour, but not really much in the way of a severe weather potential in the next 15 to 20 minutes out of the storms that are rumbling by your area right now. Going back up to your comments here, or do we have a tornado risk in Denton? Very low risk for tornadoes in Denton tonight. Overall, the threat of severe weather is starting to decrease, but definitely we have some stronger storms out there. Question about Joplin. So I think I can give kind of even a better, more confident answer about what's going to take place across southwest Missouri tonight. And notice how the storms in Oklahoma are behaving, because how the storms in Oklahoma are behaving give us clues as to what's going to happen later tonight across southwest Missouri. So initially, these storms out across Oklahoma had been supercells for the past 2 hours or so. We're starting to lose the supercell structure to them, and then we're getting almost these lines of storms or clusters of storms. One of these will probably become a dominant line overnight tonight, and what's going to end up happening is that line will move through the four-state area in southwest Missouri, northeast Oklahoma, not so much northwest Arkansas, but you're going to get winds 60 to 65 miles per hour, torrential rain. The tornado threat here is extremely low across Joplin and the four states region overnight tonight. So not much in the way of a tornado threat there. Not zero, but it's low. And, on that note, on the note of Kansas and Missouri, let me show you a new severe thunderstorm that has some supercellular-like structure to it still that has just popped up. I think this is our first severe storm tonight in Kansas. This is a severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Wichita. In fact, it's out in your Dexter, Kansas, for southeastern Cowley County until 11:15. And it has quarter-size hail on it. So still a threat for some supercellular activity here across southeast Kansas, but more than likely, we're going to get storm clusters forming overnight tonight and lines, and less in the way of a concern for supercell activity. Tornado risk for Norman, I would say, is very low tonight. I know there's a tornado watch in effect, but honestly, looking at the way storms are trying to orient themselves, I think, you have this cluster of storms, cluster number 1, that has moved away from Norman. Another cluster of storms out near Weatherford and Clinton. This may try to fill in a little bit down to Medicine Park. We'll see. and that will probably head east to northeast overnight tonight. So not all clear from the threat of severe weather from Oklahoma City down into Moore, but the threat of tornadoes is decreasing, and it's mainly a straight line damaging wind potential that we're looking at through the rest of the evening. Not saying there's zero tornado risk. It's just definitely on the lower side. Somebody asked if there's been any tornadoes yet tonight. No, there hasn't. We have not had one single tornado warning out there tonight. Any tornado threat near Joplin? We were just talking about this a second ago. Right now, there are not any severe storms near you, and heading into the overnight hours, it does look to me at least like there will be a threat for damaging winds, damaging straight line winds, and a low end chance for some hail as well. But the tornado threat is extremely low. At least there across the 4-state area. Let's see what else we have here. Memphis for tomorrow does look like it could be really a busy night, kind of a long night across parts of the Mid-South, and we'll take a peek at tomorrow's forecast as well. Tomorrow is looking like a much bigger day out there than today is in terms of the severe weather risk. Today we've had a lot of hail. We haven't had any tornado warnings so far, and not much in the way of intense damaging winds, anything above about 60 miles per hour. So that's the good news. Any storms coming for Bartlesville later tonight? And the short answer to that is, possibly. It's going to be tough to figure out which one of these lines becomes a dominant line. Maybe none of them do. Maybe there's just multiple storm clusters out there tonight that produce a damaging wind risk. So obviously you have Bartlesville that is here in reference to cluster number 1 and then cluster number 2. Cluster number 2 stays well south of you. But this second cluster that is out all the way out towards Canton right now and Watonga may eventually head in your direction. Not going to be a huge tornado risk, probably going to be a damaging wind risk, if anything, tonight for Bartlesville. Will Dallas have hail? Right now there's a storm north of Dallas that is producing some hail. A couple of storms north of Dallas. We do have heavy rain and wind that is slowly getting closer to DFW. But to me, I don't really see a super high risk from this point forward of severe weather in DFW or Dallas. It's probably going to stay both south and north of Dallas. We'll keep an eye, though, kind of here on what happens with the storms that we've been watching out across the Glen Rose area. Those possibly, could clip the southern part of the DFW metro. Maybe getting into spots like Joshua, community of Joshua, certainly Cleburne, but we'll see. There is time to watch those. Jonesboro, Arkansas for tonight has no threat of severe weather, but there is definitely a better chance of severe storms overnight overnight tomorrow night into Monday morning in Jonesboro, with a pretty pronounced tornado risk as well. So there will be a threat for tornadoes tomorrow night in Jonesboro in the vicinity. And I say that because it will be in an environment favorable for supercell thunderstorms. And those supercells are usually the types that go on to produce tornadoes. And the environment will definitely be there. Somebody asked, what am I using? This is Radar Omega that I have pulled up. And then some of the other stuff, the graphics that I did on my own. But the radar itself is Radar Omega. Let's see, Pittsburgh, Kansas. So kind of like the rest of the 4-state area, Pittsburgh is going to be in a spot where we're watching storms come out of Oklahoma, move north and east. And I think more than likely the storms that roll through Pittsburgh tonight are going to be producing a damaging wind threat, 60 to 70 miles per hour. 70 might be pushing it a little. Let's say 60 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour, maybe some small hail, and the tornado risk tonight is pretty low. I do want to take a peek. I haven't, since the Storm Prediction Center came out with their last day one outlook for today. I'm going to look at what they've done with the tornado risk because there was a 5% risk for tornadoes today, and so I'm just peeking. They're keeping the interestingly enough, So here's, I want to peek over this data with you because it does kind of break down some of what I've been trying to say and reiterate the forecast for the night ahead by giving specific locations. So right now I'm going to turn off both the radar and then also the warnings. And I'm going to turn on the latest day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. And it's going to show us a couple of things. So here we go. Here is the day one outlook. Obviously, you still have the slight risk for severe weather that extends from roughly same place it did throughout the entire day. North Texas all the way into almost central Missouri, Columbia, Jefferson City, Sedalia, and Marshall. But within that area, the Storm Prediction Center said, okay, we're looking for the rest of the evening at where is the better tornado risk. And so they still have a 5% risk for, which is considered elevated, for tornadic activity through the rest of this evening from Stillwater up to Pawnee, Shawnee, and Tulsa. Then from that point forward, this is sort of like what I've been saying. Once you get out of central Oklahoma and get into northeast Oklahoma, you really lose the threat for tornadoes tonight. And the threat for damaging winds starts to pick up a little bit more. So check this out. Then the Storm Prediction Center, this is new, they've gone ahead and now included a hatched risk for damaging winds overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. And it does look like this is going to include most of northeast Oklahoma. Hatched risk meaning the potential for significant damaging winds. That includes all of northeast Oklahoma. This does include Joplin. This includes Monette. It also includes Bentonville in northwest Arkansas, Fayetteville. This includes Springfield, Missouri, Pittsburgh, all the way up to almost Nevada. So kind of reiterates what I've been saying, that from this point forward for the rest of the night, the concern is going to start to move away from hail and tornadoes, although really we haven't had to worry much about tornadoes tonight, but moving away from hail and starting to push more towards a damaging wind threat for the rest of the evening and into the overnight hours tonight through early tomorrow morning. So I think, moving forward, the remainder of our severe weather coverage probably shifting away from a hail threat and moving more so towards a damaging wind threat. So if you have any questions about that, let me know. But I think the latest day one outlook from the Storm Prediction Center kind of conveys what I've been trying to say, which is, of course, less of a hail and tornado threat moving forward, more of a damaging wind threat. And we can see that, we can look at that by looking at the multiple storm clusters that we have out here across western Oklahoma, and then now into central Oklahoma as well. Cluster 1, Cluster 2. When storms are clustered like that, almost linear, you do get the damaging wind potential that will start to increase a little bit more. I'm in Norman, Oklahoma. Am I safe? We're in a tornado watch right now. So right now in Norman, there are a couple of clusters of storms near you. There's one area of storms that is moving away from Norman that you don't have to worry about. And then there's another cluster of storms that's moving closer to Norman, but I'm still not sure as to whether or not it will hit Norman itself. So for the rest of the evening in Norman, in Oklahoma City, there is a potential of damaging winds. 60 to 70 miles per hour, definitely a possibility. And that looks like it'll be the biggest hazard for the rest of the evening. Somebody asked, I have to drive from Rolla to Springfield tomorrow. When will it be safe? And I would say that you're in good shape if you get going near sunrise after that. 8, 9 a.m. is going to be a good time because as we get to the afternoon, thunderstorms will start to redevelop a little bit on leftover boundaries from tonight's storms. Somebody said there's lightning in Dallas. I believe that. A lot of storms in the DFW area. At last check, none of them severe, which is still true. Is Joplin going to get hit? There is a potential in Joplin tonight for some damaging wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour, especially later on past midnight, 2, 3 a.m. We could find some of those very damaging gusts in a few isolated spots, and then a more widespread risk for winds, 60 miles per hour coming into the four-state area and in Joplin tonight. Let's see, what else? You're sure Oklahoma doesn't have a tornado developing? I am sure that there is, not a tornado developing in Oklahoma as we speak, but to be double sure about that, let's pull velocity here, which can show us if and where there's rotation. And I don't see any rotation on any of these storms across central or southern Oklahoma. Let's change radar sites. And we can go up to the storms up near Watonga and look at the velocity there. And again, with these storms, just kind of taking a peek, don't really see anything that's overly concerning in terms of rotation with those storms. So right now, I can confidently say that in Oklahoma, there is not an area that has a developing tornado. Now, in terms of a tornado risk for the rest of the night, I mentioned it's getting lower, but it's not completely zero yet. Let's see. What does the future forecast look like for southeast Missouri tomorrow? It could get pretty nasty across southeast Missouri tomorrow. Do I have anything to worry about? Probably. It just depends on what you're worried about. There will be severe thunderstorms in the vicinity of southeast Missouri tomorrow. Those thunderstorms that develop more than likely tomorrow evening will be supercell thunderstorms, and those supercells that develop will have the possibility of producing tornadoes. So never want to freak out the day before a significant weather event or get overly worried, but a healthy amount of concern is probably okay for the storms tomorrow in southeast Missouri. Lots of hail here in Shawnee. Curious, how big is that hail? Dallas has some strong storms nearby. Nothing severe at the moment, unless you get pretty far south and southwest of the DFW area. Watching from Tulsa. Hello, Tulsa. Another question, is Tulsa safe? So right now, I think the way that this will probably unfold in Tulsa is the rest of the evening, we should be dry for the next 2 hours. And then after that, we'll have a cluster or multiple clusters of storms moving into Tulsa. In fact, this cluster here out near Shawnee kind of looks like it's headed in your direction. And that will pose the risk for winds above all else. Winds possibly up to 70 miles per hour. And also the threat for a little bit of small hail in there too. So that's what I would watch out for later in Tulsa tonight. Somebody said hello from DFW, watching from DFW, watching those storms. Hello, thanks for watching. I'm keeping an eye on those storms near Dallas, Fort Worth. Luckily, nothing is severe right now, at least in Dallas and Fort Worth. West Tennessee tomorrow is going to be another spot I would completely watch closely. Unfortunately, the environment tomorrow and tomorrow night in West Tennessee is conducive for severe weather and tornadoes, unfortunately. Is Des Moines, Iowa safe for tonight? Des Moines, Iowa is safe from any significant severe weather. Central Arkansas, is it going to be bad here? So for tonight, you should be okay. Tomorrow, it's interesting. A lot of these storms probably going to fire up in this vicinity out towards Hot Springs Village, Conway, Mayflower, up to Batesville, and then tracks east from there. So Central Arkansas could be at risk for severe weather for tomorrow. Let's see. Chicago could have some strong storms tomorrow night, though the greatest chance for severe weather stays south of Chicago, more into central and southern Illinois. Biggest issue with any storms tomorrow in Chicago will be wind. What about central and eastern Indiana? Good question. Tomorrow looks like it could be a day, even more so. Central eastern Indiana is going to be more so early Monday morning. The threat above all else for damaging wind gusts, but I do see an elevated tornado risk and risk for some large hail in there as well. Is Des Moines safe tomorrow? I believe so. Let's double check our risk area. I think that the entire risk area stays southeast of Des Moines, but let me confirm. Yep, Des Moines is all good. No severe weather for Des Moines tonight or tomorrow that you need to be worried about. Northwest Arkansas, question about Northwest Arkansas. I would pay attention tonight. Kind of depends on where you are, but there could be some very damaging wind gusts that roll through later tonight. Significant wind gusts possible up to 70 miles per hour later tonight in Northwest Arkansas. I'm talking 2, 3, 4 a.m. Is Houston going to be okay in the upcoming days? Yeah, interestingly enough, we have back-to-back severe weather for the next 5 to 6 days. Houston doesn't look like one of the spots that's going to have to worry much about it. Memphis tomorrow, I would say there is an area tomorrow that has my attention, all my attention. And there's a really big enhanced risk zone for tomorrow. It's a 3 out of 5 on the scale. But there is also kind of a spot within that enhanced risk zone that I'm more concerned about than the others. And I'm going to draw it for you. It is right in here. So that takes us into Northeast Arkansas, West Tennessee, Southeast Missouri, Southern Illinois, and Southwest Kentucky is a zone that I think could be at risk or a higher risk than others in that enhanced risk zone for strong tornadoes. There could be a window, 2 or 3 hours tomorrow night, where there could be strong tornadoes in that zone that I just circled there in pink. So we'll see what happens with the day one outlook that comes out from the Storm Prediction Center. If they go ahead and choose to increase tornado probabilities, I'm not sure, but that's just the way that I see things right now. Okay, so another question here about Springfield, Missouri tonight. Springfield will be one of those spots tonight where severe weather is possible, if not probable, at least in the form of a line of thunderstorms that moves through, and that line could produce winds up to 70 miles per hour, if not a little bit higher than that. So, if I were you, it's going to be a long time until that line gets to Springfield, probably not till 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. So go to bed, but make sure that you have something to wake you up as that line moves through, especially if you live somewhere near some big trees. Neosho, Missouri, same deal. The line will get to you before Springfield, but it's probably not going to be until after midnight here, well beyond that, closer to 3, 4 o'clock in the morning into Neosho, as well as the rest of the 4-state area. And the biggest concern that I have is winds, definitely winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour, maybe even a little bit higher than that in that vicinity. Cincinnati, Ohio tomorrow looks like a spot where severe weather could develop, especially, I think, towards the overnight hours. Your biggest concern in Cincinnati will not be tornadoes tomorrow night. It will be wind, but there will still be an elevated tornado risk. Bloomington, Illinois. So I do think, again, here's Bloomington, and you do have a chance for severe storms tomorrow. Supercells are possible. The better risk is going to stay just south of you. Doesn't mean no risk, though. Anything for Joplin tonight? Yeah, Joplin has a risk of damaging winds tonight. Some significant damaging winds are possible. Tornado risk is lower, but sometimes when you get those really intense line of storms, it doesn't take much to get a brief little spin up along those lines if there's just enough low-level shear. So low tornado threat tonight in Joplin, non-zero, bigger concern for some damaging winds. Columbia, Missouri. So I think that most of the storms tonight might stay. Well, I say that, might stay. There could be a line of storms overnight tonight, the same one that's going to impact Springfield, Joplin, Rolla, St. Robert, Lebanon. However, that line or the intense part of the line might stay just south of you. I should also mention, though, there are some storm clusters here that have been forming around Kansas City. And, some of those storms have been severe tonight. We had one that went severe up near Chillicothe earlier this evening, west of Chillicothe. And now we have a severe storm that, and again, this ties into Columbia because we have one severe storm out here near Warrensburg that looks like it is moving east and on its current path, if it were to maintain its strength, puts it into Columbia. Let's see. half dollar size hail on this. So it is a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Cass County, northwestern Johnson County, Missouri until 11:45. Half dollar size hail moving east at 30. So just for the sake of curiosity, let's see what happens with this storm if we take it all the way out to Columbia. And it would likely be into, well, there's Ashland. So there's some Columbia areas. It says 192 minutes. So that's going to be in about another 2 hours or so if this cluster of storms, a supercell, holds itself together. I have a feeling that it might not, but we'll watch it pretty closely. You have more storms that are going up near Carrollton and north of Richmond that are worth keeping an eye on as well. But obviously the bigger severe weather tonight and the threat of severe weather is going to be south of there. St. Louis tomorrow could get busy, especially during the evening hours. Threat of severe weather is definitely there. I think if I were to, get even, more specific, I would say south of St. Louis has a bigger risk of tornadoes than St. Louis itself tomorrow. Wichita, Kansas has showers and thunderstorms in the vicinity of you. None are severe. We'll wait a little bit longer until we give Wichita the all clear from severe weather for tonight, but your threat of severe weather in Wichita is starting to decrease a bit. Bentonville, I would say, also is at risk for strong to severe storms tonight. The best chance of severe weather or form of severe weather in Bentonville, I would say, is going to come from the potential of damaging wind gusts, and it's not going to be until way later tonight. I'm talking past about midnight, closer to maybe 2 a.m. or so. Bartlesville, Oklahoma. So again, here's Bartlesville. I think I saw 2 comments about Bartlesville. Right now, all dry. You don't have any severe weather near you, but there are severe storms that are starting to get better organized, or lines of storms that are starting to get better organized now. Several clusters. You have one cluster here that is now east of Oklahoma City. Here's cluster number 1 and cluster number 2 as well, out here near Hennessy, Enid, and Ponca City. I think this first cluster will probably impact Tulsa closer to midnight or so, and there could be some damaging winds, 60 to 70, if not a little bit higher, miles per hour. So Tulsa and Bartlesville have that risk for sure. Interestingly enough, tonight we're starting to lose the threat of tornadoes, and we're increasing the potential of some damaging winds. And still, there's a lot of hail out there. The hail sizes aren't quite as scary, I would say, as we were seeing earlier. I don't have any 2+ inch hailstorms out there, but there's still quite a bit of hail on the storms that are popping up. East Texas, Greenville area, does look like storms could kind of march through East Texas tonight, but tomorrow afternoon, there's another risk for severe weather across East Texas, and thunderstorms will be firing up in the vicinity of East Texas and then maturing as they move east. So there still could definitely be some strong storms in there. I'm seeing specific questions as well about Illinois. All of Illinois has some form or potential of severe weather risk, but more than anything else, it's going to be from central Illinois. Let's say Bloomington. Bloomington South has the highest risk of severe weather for tomorrow. So if you live south of Bloomington, higher risk for tomorrow. If you live north of Bloomington, lower risk, but still some strong to severe storms, with mainly the concern for damaging winds in there. So I do want to just very briefly kind of step away from the chat for a second, about a minute or so, and see if I have any reports of any kind of damage out there so far from storms tonight. A lot of hail reports more than anything else. Oxford, Michigan. So that'll be near Detroit. Obviously, you have some rain today. Tomorrow, there's a threat of strong storms, but it's probably going to be a lower threat and maybe for some strong winds. Not a super high risk as compared to areas south. Pittsburgh, Kansas. So you have a pretty big line of storms that's headed your way overnight tonight. I think even compared to when we started this stream a few hours ago, the risk for damaging winds has increased a little bit more in Pittsburgh. Less of a tornado threat, higher damaging wind threat, winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. Lafayette, Indiana, potential of damaging winds and tornadoes tomorrow, yes. Memphis, I would say, has an even higher risk. So a few minutes ago, I circled an area that I think has the maybe highest potential for damaging winds and strong tornadoes tomorrow. And I kind of circled it in there, which is northeast Arkansas, southeast Missouri, the Boot Heel of Missouri. I know that circle's not great. Southwest Kentucky and into West Tennessee, and Memphis would be included in that. So it is something to watch. Severe weather threat, I would say, in Oklahoma has really died down in the past 10 minutes. So a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire. It is probably not going to stay that way. So this is a brief reprieve from all the severe storms in Oklahoma because we're transitioning away from a supercell and hail risk to more of a straight line damaging wind threat for the overnight hours tonight. New severe thunderstorm warning for the DFW metro area. So let's take a peek at this. And right now I'm looking at the radar site southeast of Denton. Let's see if we can pull broader DFW radar here. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning for $50 size hail north of Dallas. And this includes the Colony. This includes Frisco. This includes McKinney and Fairview. Also includes Princeton and Farmersville. Here's the plain text from the National Weather Service. They say a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for southeastern Denton and Collin County until 12:15 a.m. And so that takes us now to the next hour or so, at least with this severe thunderstorm warning. And you do have a thunderstorm that is strengthening a little bit. It's becoming more of a cluster or a line of storms that stretches from roughly Frisco south to Arlington, east of Fort Worth, coming into Dallas. But the severe part of the storm, again, we do not have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for either Dallas or Fort Worth. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for a cell that has developed along a line north of Dallas, including the Colony, Frisco. This includes Allen and includes McKinney as well. So here is a track on this. And before I give you a track, I want to make sure I want to get the speed the storm's moving correct. It's east at 30 miles per hour. And here comes a track east at 30. And this is going to put some pretty big DFW suburbs in its crosshairs. So Allen in the next 20 minutes, Lucas in the next 30 minutes, New Hope in the next 36 minutes, into, it looks like Verona in the next 52 minutes, Blue Ridge in the next 59 minutes, and Merritt in the next 60 minutes. So that takes us out about an hour on that one. You do have some hail in there for sure, and it looks like it is up to $50 size. The most intense part of the storm is now just rolling through the Colony. It is about to come into spots like Highway 13 and Lebanon Road. Here also is Warren Parkway to get your bearings straight if you're familiar with DFW. Here's Cami. This is a Colony right here. And it looks like the worst part of the storm where you might have some of that $50 size hail is rolling right over the Colony. Now east of the Colony. Latest radar scan takes it east of the Colony. And again, this is Warren Parkway. This is the Dallas Cowboys and Frisco Multi-Event Center. You have some really big hail in here, at least up to $50 size, if not a little bit bigger. This is the Weston Dallas Stonebriar, Golf Resort and Spa right here. And this entire area is being impacted by the extremely large hail as the whole cluster of storms begins to move towards the east. So up next, you're going to have, it looks like El Dorado Parkway, down through State Highway 121 through about Cottonwood Creek and the Woodlands area that'll be impacted by the hail core of this storm that is now just to the north of Dallas-Fort Worth that we're watching. More storms that maintain at least ping pong ball size strength here across central Texas, stretch from near Cleburne all the way south to Rio Vista, along Highway 174 near Morgan, east of Walnut Springs. This cluster of storms has ping pong ball size hail in it. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson County, Hill County, as well as Northwest Ellis County until 12:15 in the morning. And within this area, there's a couple spots where I think we're probably finding the hail, north of Morgan, west of 174, and then also near Cleburne and near Joshua, where you're starting to see some of those lavender colors pop up. This cluster of storms is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, so a little faster than those DFW storms. Here is the path. Northeast at 45 for that cluster here, where we do have the ping pong ball size hail coming into the community of Bloom in the next 5 minutes, Covington in the next 16 minutes, Grandview in the next 25 minutes, and Files Valley in the next 31 minutes. And again, there are even more storms to the south of that, out near Hamilton with quarter-size hail. That is in central Texas. And Cranfill's Gap also being impacted by strong storms. Actually, a few clusters of storms or a couple of storms do end up dropping as far southwest as Brady, east of Eden, north of Junction. But once you get to Austin, Round Rock, San Marcos, San Antonio, this area is highly capped. You have an area of warm air aloft, and because of that, you're not really ending up with the more robust and pronounced severe weather threat that we're getting further north. Let's see. I'm in Plano getting any hail. So Plano right now is in an interesting spot for sure. Turning back over to radar here in Dallas, and it looks like there will be a storm that is producing right now $half size hail that may end up passing just to the north of Plano. So in Plano, you're going to get rain, you're going to get wind. You might get a little bit of small hail in there as well, but more than likely the storm that is producing, or the part of the storm that is producing the $half size hail, will end up going north of Plano. It's in the Colony right now, or just east of the Colony, south of Frisco, and will more than likely impact spots like Allen up to McKinney versus Plano. But still, we'll see a slight little change in direction could alter that viewpoint. So we'll watch it pretty closely. What time is supposed to start in Indiana tomorrow? During the afternoon and evening. Most of tomorrow morning, all of tomorrow morning, you're fine. No severe weather risk. It's going to be after 12 p.m., really closer to about, let's say, 5, 6 p.m. and into the overnight hours, that risk for severe weather will increase in Indiana. And a lot more to come on that severe weather risk later on. Let's see here. Stillwater, Oklahoma. Let's jump back up to Oklahoma real quick. And taking you up to central Oklahoma, in particular, northern Oklahoma, Stillwater, you do have a severe storm that is to your northwest. Here it is. Actually, a lot of clusters of storms here. Again, one of those northwest of Stillwater with some quarter-size hail on it. I would say the only thing we need to watch out for in Stillwater, this severe storm that you see here is going to pass north of Stillwater. The only thing we want to watch out for maybe a little bit later tonight is this cluster of storms out near Kingfisher, near Hennessy. Not severe warned, it's lost its severe status, but those could eventually track into Stillwater later tonight, let's say in the next hour or so. So hopefully that answers that question. Chicago is at risk for strong to severe storms tomorrow, mainly by wind and tomorrow evening. But the more defined and more pronounced severe weather risk will probably end up being to the south of the Chicagoland area. Questions about Indiana as a whole. Big severe day coming tomorrow. Much of Indiana in a risk zone. Kind of depends on where you are in Indiana. Western Indiana has a better chance at supercells, and then Eastern Indiana has maybe a slightly higher risk for a line of storms that could produce extremely damaging wind gusts. Heather says, I'm traveling to Alabama through Tennessee from Missouri. How bad will it be? You're traveling to Alabama through Tennessee from Missouri. It is going to be a day where if you're traveling, I would pay extremely close attention to the weather. Not saying that to fearmonger or make you scared, but you're going to be passing through an area that is at risk for significant severe weather tomorrow, including tornadoes, including large and destructive hail, and including damaging winds. So if you can postpone that drive, I would suggest it. If you can't, make sure that you have an app where if you can read radar and warnings, that's a great way to do it. Also, having a way to receive warnings through your location, getting an app like that is going to help out a lot as well to sort of mitigate your risk tomorrow, but it could be a little rough. Don't want to lie about that part. Miami, Oklahoma. So here is Miami, which is included in the tornado watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. I would say Miami has a risk of severe tonight, some significant severe, and possibly the chance of winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. The biggest concern for Miami and then into southwest Missouri and southeast Kansas is going to be the potential for damaging winds overnight tonight, well past midnight, towards 2 o'clock in the morning. Kansas City have rain around 12 p.m. For tomorrow, I think most of the rain is east of KC, out towards central Missouri. Boone County, Indiana. Tell me I want to be safe. Let's see here. Let me make sure. And please don't be offended that I don't know exactly where Boone County, Indiana is. I'm going to look it up. I just want to make sure that I'm giving you the right information in terms of the risk zone. A lot of Indiana is at risk tomorrow. Okay, so this is northwest of Indianapolis. So that area in particular is going to be sort of in the crosshairs tomorrow night, late tomorrow night, probably closer to 10, 11 p.m. for some significant severe weather, including the possibility of damaging winds, hail, and a tornado risk. The tornado risk may not be as high as spots west of you, but it is definitely going to be elevated. And so I know you said you want to be safe. Best way to do that tomorrow is paying attention to the weather. So hopefully that helps. You are in the risk zone, yes. How's Tulsa looking? Tulsa right now has several clusters of storms kind of surrounding it. Notice we have almost sort of a broken line of storms that goes from Arkansas City in southern Kansas all the way down to about out of Oklahoma. This is that broken line. And as this line heads northeast, it may intensify a little bit, bringing Tulsa the chance for some strong winds tonight. Winds may be up to about 60 to 70 miles per hour and the possibility of some hail in there as well. I do think tonight our tornado threat is getting lower. Cape Girardeau for tomorrow, Missouri. I got to say, that is one of the spots that I'm very concerned about for tomorrow evening in terms of supercell thunderstorm development. If I had to pick anywhere tomorrow that has the best risk for strong tornadoes, it would be across southeast Missouri, far southwest Illinois, southwest Kentucky, and into northeast Arkansas tomorrow evening, so 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Northwest Arkansas for tonight is at a risk for damaging winds past midnight, and a lower threat for maybe some hail in there as well. A question about Chicago. So Chicago tomorrow, will be in a spot that may have some strong storms, but it does look like the organized severe weather episode, we can call it an outbreak even, is probably going to end up being south of Chicago, more towards central Illinois and southern Illinois. Bloomington, Indiana is a spot tomorrow that's right on the cusp of being at risk of significant severe weather, including the potential of tornadoes. Anywhere north of there, Indianapolis, the threat might be a little bit lower, but if I'm talking about a maximum risk area for tomorrow, southwest Indiana, southwest Kentucky, southern Illinois, into northeast Arkansas and southeast Missouri. Lexington, Kentucky, tomorrow, storms don't arrive until past midnight tomorrow night, and the biggest concern in Lexington is damaging wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour, and a much lower chance of hail and tornadic activity. St. Louis for tomorrow. St. Louis is at risk of severe weather. I think that once you get south of St. Louis, even say Festus to Farmington, that chance really starts to ramp up a little bit more. But certainly in St. Louis tomorrow, we could be talking about the potential of damaging wind gusts and maybe some big hail too, since you'll be near the supercell thunderstorm development. And obviously, and I should say, potentially an elevated tornado risk. Longview, Texas tomorrow, you may have thunderstorms developing in your area. Once those storms move east and say into southern Arkansas and Louisiana, they'll probably get a little bit stronger. But storms could be forming over East Texas tomorrow. And as they start to intensify, there is a chance that they may become severe for a short period of time before they move out of East Texas into Louisiana. And that is going to be tomorrow afternoon, I should mention. What is the chance of a tornado in northwest Arkansas? And what is the risk for tornadoes in Fort Worth? Let's start with northwest Arkansas. There is the chance for severe weather tonight after midnight. 11:30 now, closer to, let's say, honestly, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and beyond. The biggest risk for northwest Arkansas tonight will come along a line of thunderstorms. So that means our tornado risk is going to be pretty low, but the risk of damaging winds is going to be slightly higher. So higher risk for damaging winds tonight in northwest Arkansas, lower risk for tornadoes and hail. And then Dallas is having severe weather right now in the vicinity of Dallas and DFW. So check this out. We have one severe storm that is still producing $half size hail that is north of Dallas. If you're in Dallas right now, it is raining lightly. That rain will start to pick up in intensity here a little bit for a brief period of time before the rain comes to an end. North of Dallas, there is a storm that has a severe thunderstorm warning on it with $half size hail from McKinney to Fairview down to Allen. But Dallas at the moment is actually wedged between two severe storms, severe storm McKinney and Allen, and then another storm southwest of Dallas, Fort Worth, out towards Cleburne. And, honestly, it looks like Dallas kind of dodged a bullet tonight in terms of severe weather. But in the vicinity of Dallas, there's quite a bit of severe storm activity. Plainfield, Illinois. So, again, I think that you have to drop further south than that to start getting into a significant severe risk. I would say, from roughly, spots like Bloomington South has a higher risk tomorrow than Plainfield and Chicago. But still, I think, if anything, there could be strong storms capable of producing some damaging winds in that area. Is Arlington going to get hit? So, one of those spots here that we're still watching, at least as far as DFW and Dallas is concerned, for the time being, it is mainly just this storm up here that's producing the $half size hail from Allen to McKinney that's moving east. So up next would be Farmersville, Princeton, and Blue Ridge for the potential of some hail. And within that, it says the text was $half size hail. There's probably only going to be a very small area in this storm that is producing the $half size hail. It's northwest of the Woodlands, where you see the purple color here, near El Dorado Parkway and Main Street. That would also be Road 34 3537. Couldn't read that. Text was too small for me. But yeah, so that's one severe storm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then another one that is passing south of both Dallas and Fort Worth. This is now a line of storms, a broken line of storms from Grandview all the way down to about Hamilton, Texas. Ping pong ball size hail is what the Weather Service is saying is in here within this line of storms. Honestly, probably not getting that entire area where there is a widespread zone of ping pong ball size hail. It's likely going to be more confined to spots where you're getting some of these lavender colors here south of Blum and southeast of Rio Vista and just west of Grandview. Let's see. Indiana. Big day tomorrow in Indiana. Depends on where you are. I could try to get it a little more specific than that if you tell me where you are in Indiana. Let's see. Should we worry about tornadoes tonight in Texas? So I don't know where you are in Texas. Obviously, Texas is a huge state. But even in the risk zone for tonight with severe weather, the tornado threat is pretty low. Overall, compared to what tomorrow will be across the Ohio Valley and then on into the Southern Plains. Tulsa, Oklahoma may have some damaging winds tonight moving in past midnight. Some winds that could top 60 miles per hour, close to about 70 miles per hour. It just depends how the line of storms west and southwest of you starts to evolve. We're seeing somewhat of a lull in the activity when it comes to storms. So we might have to check out how some of the model data and also some of the observations look like here in the next couple of hours, and we may do that in just a second. Northwest Arkansas is the same type of deal. There could be storms tonight that produce some winds with a very low tornado risk. Questions here about Whitestown, Indiana, and the severe weather risk that may come from that. So that is, again, northwest of Indianapolis. Okay, so I would say tomorrow and tomorrow evening, more tomorrow evening than anything else, you do have the chance of severe weather. It'll be a day you want to be prepared. Large hail and damaging winds are the most likely threat, and then a lower chance of tornadoes, but the tornado risk is still definitely there. East of St. Louis tomorrow has a bigger risk for severe weather for sure. I would say a higher tornado risk, and then followed by large hail and damaging winds. Will you be live the night before Wednesday's threat? That would be Tuesday night, and I think Tuesday night is a risk area out across northwest Kansas. But to break down Wednesday's threat, yeah, definitely, and also live streaming during all of tomorrow's severe weather event as well. So if you want to come back tomorrow when we have a lot of that active weather going on, certainly tornado warnings that'll be taking place, we'll be live streaming through that and diving into what's happening, probably spending a little more time with the actual storms than we are tonight, just because we don't have tornado warnings out there right now, and we can kind of take some time to answer what may happen for tomorrow and look at tomorrow's forecast as well. Tomorrow is sort of the bigger day, and then obviously next Wednesday it looks pretty big too. If you're looking at some of that, the data next Wednesday system emerging out of the plains looks pretty powerful and potentially potent. Central Oklahoma is under a tornado warning, somebody said. I don't think so, unless something's changed here in the past couple of minutes. Yeah, there's no tornado warning in Oklahoma. There's no tornado that's on the ground in Oklahoma. Tornado watch remains in effect for central and northeast Oklahoma until 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we have a severe thunderstorm watch for much of central Texas that is in place until 2 o'clock in the morning. So that is another 2 hours and 20 minutes on it. We'll see if the National Weather Service actually chooses to extend any kind of watch. It would be probably a severe thunderstorm watch into southwest Missouri and southeast Kansas later tonight, depending on what happens with the storms that are coming out of Oklahoma. Getting kind of a lull, though, in Oklahoma right now compared to what we were seeing earlier with the numerous severe thunderstorms that we had ongoing there. Down in Texas, obviously still getting a good bit of severe weather there. Indiana, Lake County. So for tomorrow, the risk is lower than areas south of you, but there could be some strong storms tomorrow afternoon and evening. The biggest issue would be for some wind gusts versus anything else. But I wouldn't expect a super widespread severe weather event up there. Killeen, Texas. Killeen is more than likely going to escape any severe weather tonight. Notice where the storms are in comparison to you, right? So here's Killeen, and then you have all the storms that are up here that stretch from McKinney down through Dallas. Dallas actually now under severe thunderstorm warning, so let's focus in on that in a second. But to answer that question about Killeen, we're probably going to escape tonight without getting a single drop of rain. But formally, a severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 2 a.m. So Dallas now under a severe thunderstorm warning, and I think the thinking is, obviously, you have the storms up near McKinney that are producing some of the hail, still producing the quarter-size hail, so that's come down. Storms near McKinney are weakening, no longer half-dollar size hail, but quarter-size hail, and winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, rolling through McKinney and Fairview. And then you have another cluster of storms out near Mansfield and going down into the Venus area. These are tracking almost northeast a little bit now. And so because of that, the National Weather Service has opted to extend the severe thunderstorm warning, actually issue a new one for southeastern Tarrant and southern Dallas County until 12:30. This does not include Fort Worth, but it does include downtown Dallas. This includes Grand Prairie. This also includes Cedar Hill in here as well. And this goes west into Arlington. This will include Dallas Love Field as well. So quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour are possible with this area of storms that is right now near Mansfield and about to move into Cedar Hill. This may pass just due south of downtown Dallas, but obviously we're watching this closely anytime a big storm comes into an extremely populated area. So Dallas now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This does include Dallas, downtown Dallas, until 12:30. It is a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, which means the storm itself is just getting to severe criteria with some quarter-size hail and the possibility of some stronger wind gusts in there. So we'll watch that closely, the Dallas storm. Northwest Arkansas, again, Northwest Arkansas going to be in a zone where there could be some strong to severe thunderstorms overnight tonight and the possibility of a little bit of hail, but I'm more concerned about wind above all else. Let's see. What about central Arkansas? Tonight, by the time storms get to you, they should be much weaker. Tomorrow is sort of a different story for central Arkansas. Kind of depends on where you are, right? So here is the outlook for tomorrow. And you do have that enhanced risk that goes all the way down through Little Rock, Hot Springs, all the way almost out to Fort Smith. So tomorrow will probably be a day, in Arkansas where you get a lot of severe weather, especially eastern Arkansas, though, above all else. So that would be my take on that. And then, before we get off of live tonight, we'll do sort of a deep dive into what the threat is for tomorrow and look over all the latest data together. What about Joplin? So Joplin, again, will be one of those spots tonight that could see some damaging wind roll through, 60 to 70 miles per hour, depending on what happens with these storms out here. You now have sort of a main line, if you will, of severe storms across central, getting into eastern Oklahoma. And if this line intensifies a little bit more, then it could produce some strong overnight winds in southwest Missouri, including Joplin. As far as a tornado threat is concerned, I do think that it is pretty low tonight for Joplin. Northwest Missouri. So Northwest Missouri had some strong storms. We did have strong storms up near Nebraska City, Nebraska, and southwest Iowa, up near Tarkio and Maryville earlier this evening, but now the severe weather risk is over. So hopefully that answers that about Northwest Missouri. Still seeing that in the comments. Somebody commented and said they're from Joplin. Are you predicting? So somebody actually, this is an interesting question. What is the highest EF rank you're predicting based on weather modules available? So there's not a way to forecast a specific EF ranking, right? We can't even really say for certain that there will be tornadoes. But what we can do is we can look at the conditions and say, in the past, these conditions have led to strong tornadoes. And so by doing that, we're able to forecast a risk zone where tornadoes are possible, but we can't forecast, the strength of a tornado. The Storm Prediction Center in the past has been able to look at a tornado on the ground that's doing damage and is strong, and actually been able to forecast how long that tornado will stay strong for, filed under like a mesoscale discussion, which was really interesting. So they do a great job at that. But, most of us here don't try to forecast tornado strength. So far, again, most of the issues today have been in terms of hail, and not really tornadoes. Somebody said Strout, Oklahoma velocity. I'm seeing something. Let's pull velocity scan with these cells. And again, velocity, for those who aren't super familiar with the term, it's just a way of showing how strong the winds are blowing and what direction they're blowing. And that can sometimes help us to identify rotation. I'm not seeing anything in here on storm relative or on high res velocity that has a concern for me. There's been a ton of, most of the storms today have had little small areas of rotation, but not enough to prompt a tornado warning or to be anything super concerned about. Let's see. Jefferson County, Indiana, for tomorrow. No threat of severe weather tonight anywhere in Indiana, but for tomorrow, that's going to be an area where we have to kind of focus in a little bit more so on the potential of some significant severe weather, including the chance of tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds for tomorrow and tomorrow evening. So, I would pay attention to that. Should I be worried? I'm in Kentucky in a significant severe area. I don't think that there's any point in getting overly stressed about it. This is sort of a run-of-the-mill type deal in the spring in Kentucky, but tomorrow will be a day where tornadoes are possible, wind is possible, hail is possible, right? All severe weather modes. And so you just got to pay attention to the weather and know where you'll go when we have some of those strong to severe thunderstorms that are obviously going to occur tomorrow. So having a plan. What am I most concerned about for tomorrow's weather? So it's going to be two things, I think. Number one, there's an area across southeast Missouri into northwest Arkansas, southwest Kentucky. I would almost draw that, where I circled in pink, as somewhat of an enhanced zone for strong tornado potential tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, tomorrow night. That's because that's where supercells are starting to develop. So I'm concerned about that area for a strong tornado potential. And then later during the overnight hours, there is the chance of a really powerful line of thunderstorms that could spread hundreds of miles with significant damaging winds. So those are the two things that I think I have my eye on most for tomorrow's severe weather threat. Let's see here. Owensboro, Kentucky, another zone where I would really be watching the weather tomorrow. It is almost in that zone that I circled that has a higher potential for supercell thunderstorms tomorrow, with the tornado risk and then obviously with the hail risk in there as well. Let's see. Iron County, Missouri. I believe that is it's either in southern Missouri or southeast Missouri. Let me double check. Iron County. Yeah, that is in southeast Missouri. That'll be another spot too. That is one spot that I'm concerned about tomorrow for supercell thunderstorm development and including the potential of tornadoes for sure. So make sure that you have a way, obviously multiple ways, to get a warning tomorrow for sure. Some of those storms in that zone that I just circled a moment ago could be really powerful and pack quite a punch. Anything happening in northwest Arkansas in about an hour? Not in the next hour, but beyond that, there could be some strong winds that move through. Houston, Texas does not have any risk for severe weather in my eyes. Tomorrow, I think, or today, there was a marginal risk that stretched from, Austin eastward, but there is such a strong capping inversion in place. It's been sunny all day and not much in the way of low-level cloud cover either. Tulsa, question about Tulsa and the weather situation that's unfolding there right now. So Oklahoma now, there are no active severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in the state of Oklahoma. Tulsa has a line of thunderstorms that are developing to the southwest of you that are non-severe. They'll be in Tulsa within the next 30 minutes to an hour. Those storms, if they can strengthen a little bit, will pose a damaging wind risk, less of a hail risk, and a very low tornado risk for tonight. Evansville, Indiana, tomorrow, you got to pay attention to the weather. That is a place with a higher severe weather risk, including the chance of tornadoes after dark tomorrow. North Dallas, Texas, let's get back down to our Dallas storms now. Because there is still a severe thunderstorm warning in place that includes downtown Dallas. The cutoff for the severe thunderstorm warning right now gets up to about University Park north of there, not formally underneath the severe thunderstorm warning, but you can see by looking at radar here, there are some heavy thunderstorms with some wind and maybe a tiny bit of hail in here, getting up to Cedar Hill, Duncanville, pushing into maybe downtown Dallas eventually within the next 25 minutes or so. And then as you get south of there, look at this broad scale severe thunderstorm warning for Waxahachie, Ennis, Blooming Grove, Milford, Italy, Hillsborough, Dawson, Malone, Hubbard. Big, broad severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to 60 miles per hour out ahead of that cluster or line of thunderstorms. Honestly, though, to me, whenever you put out a big, broad, severe thunderstorm warning like this, a huge one, more often than not, it's only in a small part of that line that you get the severe winds and hail. And that's probably the case with this line coming through. All of our severe storms that we have now in Texas are base quarters and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And so with that, unless something really dramatic changes, we'll start to wind down the severe weather coverage, but also go through and try to answer some of your questions and look ahead to tomorrow's forecast. Since we only have base severe thunderstorms out there now, and overall things seem to be winding down just a little bit. So here is the situation that we have for right now. Obviously, you have sort of a broken line of storms that extends from west of Tulsa all the way down into central Texas. In that area, you have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail. Storms tonight may reinvigorate and strengthen a little as they work into northeast Oklahoma and southwest Missouri, producing a wind threat and also some hail, but a very low tornado risk. We do have a couple of rogue severe thunderstorm warnings now. One out near Warrensburg, Missouri, north of Sedalia. That area of concern may track east towards Pilot Grove, Boonville, and Columbia, Missouri, but probably will not maintain its severe strength very much longer. Just by looking at radar here, we'll take Kansas City radar. And yeah, you do have somewhat of a supercell structure, some inflow coming into this out near Warrensburg, Knob Noster, Lamonte, near northwest of Sedalia, but not really a ton of energy to entertain long severe weather tonight out in central Missouri. So let's look at the forecast for the rest of the night tonight and show you what's likely to transpire. And we'll use the high resolution rapid refresh model, or the HRR, to show you what is likely to go down for the rest of the night tonight, because it does. Whenever you look at computer models, it's good to look at is the computer model showing what's happening right now? And if it is, then it's probably going to continue to give you an idea of what's going to happen for the rest of the night ahead. And so that's kind of why we're going to start by looking at the HRRR here. And this has done a pretty good job so far today, showing where storms initiate. So I'm about to pull it over. So here is the HRRR. And so here we go. Here is right about now, 11 o'clock. And you can see it does a great job of showing at least some line of storms or a cluster of storms, several clusters of storms from central Oklahoma down into Texas. So what happens after that? Let's show you. So once we get into the overnight hours tonight, the HRRR tries to suggest that there may be a little bit of reinvigoration or intensification once again of storms across northeast Oklahoma, southwest Missouri, southeast Kansas. This would be a wind risk with winds up to 60 miles per hour or higher, probably capped at 75 miles per hour, no stronger than that. And then also some of the storms down across Texas may try to continue a little bit and pose a severe risk getting deeper into central, north, and eventually east Texas with a hail and wind threat. And again, all of tonight's weather poses a low risk for tornadoes. Once we get to about sunrise tomorrow or before then, storms will weaken really dramatically, getting into western Arkansas into central Missouri. They could still be kind of loud, but they will weaken below severe weather strength. So here is central Missouri. You have storms rolling through Columbia by 6 a.m., into Quincy, Illinois by 7. Not severe, but could be strong. After that, though, is where things sort of get interesting. So let's look at tomorrow's forecast now a little bit more. And what happens tomorrow is going to sort of depend on what happens for the rest of the night tonight. So this is the HRRR, the 0Z HRRR. And this is just a computer model. For those who don't know, it depicts what could happen in the future. It's sort of like when your local meteorologist uses futurecast or future view or whatever to try and show what's going to happen in the future. Same idea here. So heading into tomorrow, we're going to watch the storms tonight coming out of southwest Missouri, and they may leave what's called an outflow boundary behind, or just a boundary in general. And those boundaries can sometimes help to reinvigorate thunderstorms the next day. So wherever the thunderstorms move through tonight in Missouri down into northern Arkansas will serve as a focal point for tomorrow's storms, if that makes sense. So everything kind of works together. And then look at what happens as we get into tomorrow afternoon. There's where that outflow boundary is left over. And all of a sudden, you get supercell thunderstorms that start to fire up near those outflow boundaries. And so near and just kind of east of the outflow boundary, you start getting supercell thunderstorms. So this is the area that I'm most concerned about, obviously, and you can see why. We have those supercell thunderstorms. So there could be like a 2 to 3 hour window here, 2 to 3 hours, where we have supercell thunderstorms across southeast Missouri and northern Arkansas, stretching back into southern Illinois and southwest Indiana. Notice how we have 1, 2, 3, 4 supercells, and each one of those would be capable tomorrow of producing tornadoes for that 2 to 3 hour window. Then at a certain point tomorrow night, just like we did today, we lose the threat of supercells a little bit as the storms start to plow into West Tennessee, Western Kentucky, all the way up into central Ohio, and the threat for damaging winds higher than 70 miles per hour will start to increase along this line. You're also more than likely going to get QLCS, or spin-up tornadoes, I should say, along that line. So brief tornadoes, and sometimes they're not strong, but the problem is with tornadoes along a line like this, they're very hard to detect, and they can spin up super quickly and then also kind of collapse really quickly. So initially tomorrow afternoon, chance of supercell thunderstorms with strong tornadoes for a couple hours before a really strong line of storms forms that stretches hundreds of miles from Ohio all the way down into Arkansas. And that whole line continues through tomorrow night into Monday morning. We start to lose a little instability by early Monday morning, at least on the northern end of the line, but it is still absolutely working through central Mississippi into central Alabama. Some big cities here: Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Jackson, Mississippi. Early Monday morning around sunrise, we have that intense line of storms moving through. From that point forward, it continues eastward into Monday, producing a big severe weather risk possibly along this entire line. Monday, now you're looking at spots like Montgomery, Alabama, all the way down into spots like Dothan, Alabama, southwest Georgia, Atlanta. And from that point forward, that whole area will move east. So once we get the line going for tomorrow night, once that line forms, it'll continue east all the way until Monday afternoon, moving into parts of the Carolinas before moving offshore into the Atlantic Ocean. I see a comment down here. Are you worried about Wednesday too? Definitely concerned about next Wednesday as well. But I think the best philosophy is when you have a risk area, several days of a higher risk over the same region is just to kind of take it day by day. And then, we kind of deal with each round as they come. So right now, before we jump ahead of ourselves and look at next Wednesday, focused more so on what's happening tomorrow into early Monday morning. So then that whole line heads east, could be a risk for the Carolinas as well. But you really see how all of this tomorrow, at least the location of storms, is dependent on how storms evolve tonight and where they ultimately end up leaving behind that outflow boundary later tonight into tomorrow. Another little small wrinkle in the forecast for our severe weather threat tomorrow night is, some of these early morning showers and thunderstorms across Kentucky into Ohio and Tennessee. So notice that here, how early tomorrow morning, and I'm talking very, very early. That's why I don't think it'll play a huge role, but there is the chance for definitely some shower and thunderstorm activity. If these storms are super strong tomorrow morning, it may mitigate or lower the risk a little tomorrow afternoon and evening for Ohio, down into central Kentucky. Reason being is those storms might ultimately kind of zap energy from the more potent round that we're expecting. But that remains to be seen. And realistically, there should be some pretty decent atmospheric recovery, but you never know with these things. Sometimes the thunderstorms really linger into the midday and into the afternoon, and that can throw your whole severe weather risk off. But for right now, at least the severe weather forecast is on track. So, we'll keep an eye on that definitely in terms of, any potential chance that we see a lack of instability or air mass recovery heading into tomorrow afternoon. So for right now, biggest concern for the rest of the evening is going to be for strong storms. A new severe thunderstorm warning that's coming out right now that looks like it is including Oklahoma City. Now, this is interesting. I think what we have going on here is an outflow boundary, right? We were just talking about some of these boundaries, some of these outflow boundaries and how they can interact with storms and cause other storms later on. But there is an outflow boundary that is, we're watching this in real time, an outflow boundary that is coming out of the cluster of storms out near Guthrie and Piedmont. And this outflow boundary is sending wind gusts near severe strength, near 60 miles per hour. And I've seen this happen before where the National Weather Service is actually warning. They've issued a severe thunderstorm warning strictly for the outflow boundary that's producing winds up to 60 miles per hour coming into Choctaw. So you may not have any rain coming into Choctaw, coming into Del City, Valley Brook, Moore, but you do have an outflow boundary moving through that's going to produce winds up to 60 miles per hour. Also, ahead of this boundary, or I should say behind this boundary, you might get a little more thunderstorm development out near Union City and El Reno with this cluster, but we'll see. That remains to be seen. But interesting news for thunderstorm warning out for Oklahoma City. due to an outflow boundary that continues to work through. But all these storms that we have out there tonight, even the storms that are moving through Dallas-Fort Worth, are just producing quarter-size hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour. Somebody said really check on Warrensburg, Missouri. Definitely. Here is what we have out across central into western Missouri. So severe thunderstorm warning that's in place now for northwestern Pettis and northeastern Johnson County, Missouri, until 12:30 a.m. And this is just for quarter-size hail and winds to 60. I say that it's probably very loud. I don't blame you for not being able to sleep. But we can give Warrensburg now the all clear from the threat of severe weather. That cluster of storms has actually moved east of you. So no more severe storms to come now in Warrensburg. You can rest easy. No severe threat in Starkville, Mississippi either tonight. There will be a chance for strong storms tomorrow night. So tomorrow's risk area is definitely going to be a little bit more potent, anticipating definitely a longer live stream for tomorrow. You do have the big enhanced risk that's drawn. And I'm going to turn off the warnings for a second here that we have ongoing now across the southern plains and just focus in on tomorrow and tomorrow's risk area. So, big risk area, big enhanced risk doesn't really mean that in this entire enhanced risk that we're going to get severe weather in every single spot. Broad area of severe weather risk between a powerful line of storms that's going to move through and then supercells that may form out here across southeast Missouri, southwest Illinois, and northeast Arkansas that may pose that tornado risk. And that's why we have the 10% hatch risk coming out for that area as well that we have in place. We'll see whether or not the National Weather Service chooses to upgrade that, include or increase higher probabilities, but that does remain to be seen. So here's where we stand right now. All the storms that we have out there at the moment, non-tornado warned, baseline severe storms, quarter-size hail, winds to 60, so things are starting to wind down. There is the potential that storms may reinvigorate themselves a little bit more overnight tonight across northeast Oklahoma into southwest Missouri, Tulsa to Joplin. However, the biggest threat would be for some damaging winds. Not really a tornado threat, low but non-zero tornado threat, and the hail threat is also decreasing. So with all that being said, if I didn't answer your question right now, feel free to shoot me a DM on TikTok or any of my other social medias and I will answer it. Also, tomorrow, a lot more in-depth coverage as to what's to come with tomorrow's severe weather risk from the Ohio Valley down into parts of the South as well. It could be a big day, so we'll be keeping track of that. But I think we'll end things here for tonight. Again, severe threat is starting to decrease. Another hour until the tornado watch expires in Oklahoma, another 2 in Texas, but we're definitely seeing a decrease in severe activity, or at least intensity, I should say. And no tornado warnings either. So we'll end the stream here tonight and then pick back up tomorrow with more live streaming coverage of the severe weather episode that we're expecting. And like I said, if I didn't get to your question, sometimes I can't see them on the stream, but feel free to shoot me a DM and I will get it answered. And if not, I will see you tomorrow as we pick up our coverage of what is a busy stretch of